All right. Hey, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. See if I can get this camera straight here. A bit of a transition because we're a lot going on, let's put it that way. And we had to do some work on the office. It looks like I'm looking to the side or something here. Let me move it that way a little bit more. There you go. Hope everybody's week has gone better than mine. This has been the week from hell. Really weird stuff happening in my life, too. It's beyond weird. Found my jewelry in the bathroom. Like, I have a bathroom. We have a bathroom that we share, but then I have a bathroom that I use that's mine. Because sometimes she's,
It's just, it's located right next to the office, so it's just more convenient for you.
Yeah, our house, we've been blessed to have like 4 bathrooms, 4.5 baths.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of bathrooms. That's a good thing.
They're all really conveniently placed. That just works for people too. Like Anthony has his own bathroom.
Put the camera on you while you talk.
Yeah, I bet. Anthony has his bathroom. You want any input, Benjo? Anthony has his bathroom, like his own personal one too, upstairs, so it works for him.
Yeah, he's got a bathroom in his room.
Mm-hmm. It's really cool. So it's just a really, like, when I first saw the house, I was like, oh, this is kind of like uniquely designed, but it works perfectly for us.
Yeah, it is uniquely designed. And then you have 2 rooms that share a bathroom, but that's, that's pretty convenient. And then there's the downstairs, which is usually there's a half bath there. But my bathroom that's right next to my study is a full bath. So I can shower in there too if I need to.
And the thing too is, like, the bathroom in the master bedroom's a little tiny. I mean, it's not the biggest. Which,
our bathroom?
Yeah, like the toilet at least area is a little cramped.
Oh, you're talking about that little closet.
Yeah, it's like cramps in there.
No, because I was gonna say our bathroom's huge.
Oh no, yeah, the main part of it, it's just like they have like this little side closet.
Then where you're supposed to go to the toilet is like, oh, welcome to the closet.
Yeah.
It's just a little corner looking thing. You've been beat down into a corner. I mean, Nellie, it's perfect for her.
Oh yeah.
That's why I use the other bathroom, because I don't like to have to be stuck. I feel claustrophobic in there. I mean, I fit. It works, but I don't feel like I'm.
It feels like a porta potty.
Sometimes though, sometimes it's okay. Like sometimes I'll feel like using that one.
Mm. You want some just pure alone time.
But I like my bathroom. I have my own bathroom, and it works. Nobody really uses mine, and but the animals, they all want to be in the If I go to the bathroom, they're all standing outside the bathroom. If I go to the study, they're all sitting outside the study, and they do the same thing to Anthony. If Anthony's up, then they're following him around the house. And if I'm up, they're aggravating me. And the other day, Beans, I don't know if y'all remember Beans, the little puppy that she's now a big dog. She's not big, but she's almost grown. And she ran up and she has a cone on her head right now because she had surgery for her hernia.
Yeah.
And so she ran up and playfully hit me in the back of the leg, and I flew forward and caught myself on the banister. And I look up, and the new cat, Honey Butter, is right there, like looking at me like. I don't think she was going to be much help. She didn't seem too sympathetic.
The pig was bad enough for like already charging and taking out your legs. Now Beanie with her cone is just a nightmare.
Truffles will step on your feet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, it hurts if he steps on your feet.
That's
the little hooves. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. I love our animals. They're great. They're awesome, and they're great to have around. Sorry we got such a late start, folks. Work has been a massive headache. It's just been, we've been having hell. It's just, you live in a police defunded city. You don't want to know what that's like. I mean, you might want to hear about what it's like, but I'm saying you don't want to live in there and have to go through what we go through. where if somebody does something, you call the police. You can call the police all day long; they're not going to come. They only show up if there's like a gun involved.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could tell them that you've been beat up, whatever.
No, they'll literally tell you, like, you'll call 911. You're like, oh, blah, blah, blah happened. They're like, you got to call 311. Doesn't seem like it's the right
They're like,
kind of cause for us.
they're like, oh, sorry. You should call the police. We're like, that's you, dude. We just called you. And they're like, are you sure? Oh, yes, yeah, that's right. We are 911. I'm also the hotline for Pizza Hut. So if you want that, you want a delicious hot pizza.
We got to make money out here somehow. We got to fund it.
And then the police, that they do show up. Those two guys over there at Crescent, these guys show up. You take Kevin James as Paul Blart, and then you expand their waistline a little more, and you had the two police guys. And they made no bones about it. One of them was like, look, I'm a year from retirement. One was white, one was black, but they looked like twins, except one was white and one was black. It's the only difference. They were the exact same height, exact same size, and they were like, they even joked about it. They were like, look, man, I'm a pistol pusher. I was injured, and so I've been working until I could get retired. The other guy's like, I'm a year from retirement, And they were breathing hard, just walking up the stairs with me. They had to stop. And the one guy goes, you're in really good shape for a big guy. And I wanted so bad to be funny and go, well, you're in really bad shape, but for a big guy, you look like you're out of shape like you look, But they were very, nice to me, and they were just like, you're very good shape for a big guy. And then the fire marshal came, and he was all like, "Yeah, I'm supposed to be doing security here." And I said, "We have a fire watch downstairs," and I had to take them up the stairs. But it was. And then the one cop, he was like, "That guy's a jerk." I'm like, "Yeah." But he was heavy set too, And he asked all snarkily, "Why are you breathing hard?" He told those cops that. So I defended him. I said, well, they just walked up 3 flights of stairs really quickly, which that was a lie. They didn't actually walk up the stairs really quickly. They had to take breaks. But he was trying to act all like, oh, y'all are out of breath, trying to make fun of the cops.
Well, they walked up 5 sets of
what's
stairs.
funny is, like, he asked me if I had been walking the floors, and I said, no, I told you I had the guard downstairs. So I had her go up the floors with him. He did the same thing. He was, like, breathing, too. And so I was like, so I made a little joke, but he didn't like that. I was like, hey, you kind of out of breath there. And I was like, he's like, I'm like, okay, sorry. Just joking.
I think
just kidding.
Firefighters, after a certain position, just kind of stop trying. So
firefighters
spend
are
most
great
of their time hanging out at the firehouse.
Yeah.
I mean, like whenever we were working security for the premiere of the movie Hunger Games, there was a firefighter who was working with us like part time, and like he was like, yeah, man, it's awesome. Like, but we just hang out at the firehouse and like all and I get a bunch of girls and this and that. I'm like, you're useless, dude.
Yeah, it's just a frat house.
Thank you for that donation, Nicholas Bravo. For the donations, folks, from here until Christmas, all of our donations are going towards the food drive. So whatever you give us is going straight to the food drive to help people. We give away food to people who don't, I don't want to say that they need it. It's like, because then you kind of put them on the spot. Like, they're like, hey, I saw you saying I was needy on the show. No, that's not. It's we give them away as gifts. And we do it for our workers, too, the workers, because they work hard all year. And to some of our clients, but we do give it away to people who,
it's not like they need it, but it's more like they could use the money somewhere else, so that they don't have to worry about spending it on this.
Because they're able to have something and they can use it as a meal, or meals.
Mm-hmm. And it's pretty high quality too, so it's really good meat. So some of them,
it's not something you would
it's not something you'd eat all the time.
Yeah, you're not, and you're not going to be able to. If you did, you're wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't eat it all the time. So most people aren't going to have that. Okay, we give away prime ribs, and we give away steak, and we give away these summer sausages, and we do that every year. It's something that people really enjoy. So we do. It's like a food drive. We do it every year. And we're behind the 8 ball a little bit this year, money-wise. There's just been a lot going on. What else we got going on? Nellie's health. Everybody's asking about Nellie's health. She's doing a little better, but she's been in and out of the hospital. So I'm not gonna lie. It's been a stress.
It's been a battle.
Yeah. The war continues. Obviously, the people that are talking their mess, they're not going to stop. I had to put someone on blast on my Facebook because he just didn't want to. He wants to keep running his mouth. He's part of that cabal. Everyone is sick. And I'm going to get into this real quick before I bring my guest on and we talk about the apocalypse and the end times and the Antichrist. We're going to talk about some really weird stuff. But before we do, I want to say something. Please pray for Barton Nunley. He may or may not be in the chat tonight. He's not doing good. His wife, Letitia, a good friend of mine. They're both very good friends of mine. Maddie, thank you for that donation. Who else did we miss?
Chris.
Jimmy, Appalachian Tales of Terror. Chris, thank you for that donation. Thank you, everybody who's donating. It's going straight to the food fund. Kate Hunter, thank you for always coming through for us. God bless you.
Chris said it's for the food drive, Wolf. Actually, I'm going to take that $10 and spend it on like a candy bar for myself.
No, you're not. Dang. I could slap you down.
I'll buy a pack
With
of gum.
banjo.
I mean, to be fair, he's a child, so a candy bar is technically.
Well, that's
food
what
for him.
Halloween was for. What does he need? What do we need now?
Well, he's a child, so not really, because when we have that light on it, I think that's what makes you like look really dark, and sometimes and really light. Other times, it's just weird.
And then they say we can't be related because we're two different colors,
Yeah.
Yeah,
or that's separate. That's just
maybe it's a mixture of both. I don't
I
know.
don't know.
that's just called racism, I think. But that's what I call it.
Yeah,
Their fans are
maybe
making
their eyes are
excuses.
messed up and like that. They don't perceive
Well,
color
they have.
correctly.
I blame Anthony
Mike
for
and his
this,
daughter
really.
both have googly eyes. I'm gonna do my impersonation of her. He's like, and then she's over there. She looks like a female version of him. It's pretty bad. I don't know. Have you ever seen the show? And the only reason you'd watch the show is if you're a fan of like reality TV of really disturbed people. You know, that particular show. And then if you want to watch Colonel Sanders on animatronic talk on like a Baptist preacher sermon guy who chokes people and does voodoo.
That's weird,
Then
dude.
go check out
That's disturbing.
D Boss. I'm not gonna say his real name, you know. But him and the man from the swamp, I gotta hand it to him. They got some powerful magic. I still don't respect you. I still do not respect you at all. Zero respect. Because that's all you got left. You had ad hominem, and now you got voodoo. But it's not really affecting me. It's affecting people around me. So I have a person that works for me, and she is psychic. And I'm not talking about a little bit. She's very psychic, very, very psychic, very strong psychic. Her name is Kim. And she died and was resuscitated and has brought back from the other side like a very strong ability. And she's proven it to me many times, to all of us. She's made predictions, things that have come true, and seen things and said things. Thank you for that donation too, Linda Webb. We appreciate it. And one of the things that she does is she can see auras and things like that. Not fully on like so much like you would think, but it's like she can see when something's around. She knows it's around. Thank you for that donation, Cheryl. We appreciate it. So she came to me about a week before Thanksgiving, and she says, your aura, she's like, you have something attached that's following you. I said, I have an attachment? Because I know if I have an attachment. She says, no, it's not like you would think, because I know what attachments do, and if I told you the whole spiel, we'd be here all night, but I don't have an attachment. And I told her, I said, I don't have an attachment. She goes, no, you have something that's trying to attach. There's something that's following you. It's an attacher, but it can't do what it wants to do. And she's like, and I've noticed it the last couple months since your conference. Well, she's not keeping up with the war and all this crap that's going on, right? This social media war. And she's like, she knows about it, but she's not real, keeping up with it. My other nephew had told her a little bit about what was going on. He's not really getting involved. I mean, why? They're just going to get affected, And So she says that there's this black energy, dark cloud that's been following me around trying to do something to him, but it can't. But I have had a few health problems. So anytime I let my guard down at all or anything happens, it does throw a punch or two there. And I'll see it sometimes. Like I'll see in the corner of my eyes, something will move, go. So it lurks around. I've chased stuff off from my house a few times in the name of Christ. And if you're so holy and good, then why are we able to make you leave in the name of Christ? If you're the good guy. And if you're the good guy, what are you doing invading my AO and coming to my house? But I will say this, I think three of the Filthy Five, are actually very, very much into black magic. I'm going to come out and say it on the record. I would bet anything I had that you are, if I was a real gambling man. Because everybody around us that is on our side has been affected health-wise. And some of our very close allies and listeners have had things happen to them. So I'll tell you what happened to me the other day. And you think I'm stupid. I'm not. I get it. I have a necklace that has a wolf head on there. It's like a dire wolf, Game of Thrones type necklace. It goes missing. I had just seen it a couple days before in this bowl on the dresser. And then my 7 ring goes missing. And of course, if you watch the show where I was on with Truth and Bass, Chris Garitano got on there for the last hour and a half, whatever. And he has the number 7 tattooed on his arm. I have the 7 ring. And Truth and Bass are 7 life path. So we were talking about the 7, right? Well, I'm sure they were lurking in the chat. They watch everything we do because they are completely obsessed. So this is kind of spooky. And so those go missing. Then my Texas ring goes missing. And this little horse ring that my wife gave me that's very sentimental to me. I'm not real sentimental when it comes to objects and things like that, but that has some sentimentality to me. She gave it to me. And there's another ring that went missing too. So all those rings had like a significance. And they're just not in the bowl. I have one bowl, like not a bowl, it's like a dish, a really beautiful dish for my rings, another one for my other jewelry. And that necklace went missing, and I'm like, where's this necklace at? It doesn't make sense because that necklace is like, this is my thick rope chain. It's in between this one and the other one that has like a sailor's cross on it. It's like the middle-sized rope.
And the thing too is like, people might get the impression that maybe like, oh, Wolf dresses up for the podcast or something, but no, like this is pretty much what he wears all the time. Like,
oh yeah, it's
if people who meet him, they see him, he wears his jewelry he's pretty proud of, what he has, and he likes to have it on him because he knows it's safe like that. So his jewelry is something he sees pretty much on a daily basis. So if something goes missing, he notices it like right away. It's not like one of those things where it's like, oh, I haven't seen it in a week. It's like, no, I saw that like last night when I went to sleep, when I took all this stuff off. So for it to just be completely gone like that is just wild.
Yeah, and it was gone, and I was sitting there putting my jewelry on, and this was, what was this, day before yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, because I was
day before yesterday, and I'm putting my jewelry on, and we're getting ready to leave. And it was just gone. It was missing. Yes, Love Cat, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They've tried. Yep. But they're getting it too. So let them keep trying. It just comes back. It's going to keep going back to, I don't know how many times you got to try before you say, I'm getting tired of getting burned. I don't have to cast spells. I'm not bragging or saying anything like that because I don't have to do any of that. I don't need it. I don't need spells. I don't need curses. I have an ability that comes natural. What's up, Truth? There's Truth right there. And Jimmy Blanton's in there. Letitia, how you doing? Oh, Barton's doing better. I don't need to cast spells and throw chicken bones and all that stuff. I can, if I wanted to come out of my body and go to you, I will. I'll put that on my mama, on my hood. I look fly. I look good. You know that song?
Yeah.
I was working out the other day and I was like, what the heck is this, dude? I hadn't heard that song in a while.
I hated that song when it first came out.
Yeah.
Like,
And a couple of the other weightlifters, big guys are in there. We're all just looking at each other and laughing like, what's this? I've
like
always
when
hated that song.
Like when it first came out, I made fun of it and changed the lyrics to I eat flies, they taste good.
Tastes good. Eat them in my hood. So I don't need that. I don't need all the hooba majoob to do whatever it is. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do something. Choke Artist had started talking smack a couple years ago, like maybe a year ago after he got out of jail for this last time, whatever, and was saying something about me being satanic or something because I'd said that I could come out of my body. I can. I mean, it's really something anybody could do if they hone that ability. Because we are spirits. Once you learn the nature of reality, well, the bonds that hold you to this, tether you to this reality are really, it's all up to you. They're constructed to constrict, and it's up to you to release yourself. Really. It really is. And it's not satanic. I don't do anything. Not satanic at all. I'm very in tune with the spiritual essence of who I am. I'm a 7 life path. That's what we do. If you go look it up, we're here to teach. It's a 7 life path. 7/14/75 is my birthday. I was born at 7 a.m. I mean, it's just, there's enough sevens in there, right? 7 is a number that's found throughout the Bible. It's found throughout every holy book. Go look it up. I know people don't want to look up other religions or whatever because they're stuck and grounded in what they believe. But every religion, this is the truth, every religion lies about the other religions. Honest to God. Every religion lies.
Even denominations of the same religion
They
lie about each other.
They lie. They all do. There's always, every religion I can point out, and I will in just a moment here, I'm going to tell you, before I bring on my guest, I'm going to tell you, there's a lie about each one. There's like a very overriding lie. But back to this jewelry, right? So what happened, I go and we look everywhere for the jewelry, and I know it's not anywhere else. It couldn't be anywhere else but that. Okay? So I knew that this wasn't correct. Something was not right. There was a ring, like I said, that was the horse ring that my wife had given me for Christmas one year, or my birthday, I think. There was that one, the 7, and then the Texas ring. And what was the other one? There was another one. I can't remember the other one. There were 4.
There was like a nugget. Ring.
The new.
It was like like the square nugget.
Yeah, the
looking.
newest ring I had, and I had said something the day before saying this may be my favorite ring of all because it was a very pretty ring. Friend of mine, one of my many friends that works in the jewelry industry, have the jewelry store at Barton Creek Mall, and he goes by Matty. That's his nickname. And he cut me a really good deal on it, and I was like, "Wow, that's cool." And I wasn't gonna get it, but it was like somebody was gonna get it if I didn't get it, so I got it, and I hadn't bought any jewelry in a long time. And so gold is always an investment, folks. I'm telling you, gold's where it's at. So I got it, right after Thanksgiving, and I said, "This may be, my favorite one." Those 4 go missing. Those 4 in particular. Odd thing, these 2 right here and these 2 right here are made from gold that I had gotten from fights that I'd gotten into at a club years ago. And I always thought maybe they would have some kind of bad energy, but I had somebody pray over them. And ever since then, they've been a very calm energy. I've had a Buddhist monk hold them and tell me that they have a very good, calm energy, and I don't think that they can take them. But the other ones, So those go missing. I go into my bathroom by my study. My wife goes into that bathroom. So we both looked. I looked twice. I know it's not in there, but I mean, you got to look. They're not in there. And then Anthony's, we're all frantically looking all over, and then Anthony finds them.
Mm-hmm.
And guess where he found them? In the bathroom. Where we had all looked before.
Like, the funny thing was, like, you pretty much just came out of the bathroom. Like, as soon as you left, you turned the corner to go back into your room, and then Anthony goes in there, and he goes, oh, there they are.
And they were right there.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't even bother to look there. Like, there was the very last place that I looked after. I looked everywhere else because I knew that y'all had already looked in there. So I was like, and there's only so many places. There's only one place they could be in that bathroom. And so I figured, okay, they're not in there. But then I exhausted everywhere else. And then I think, well, let me just go and look in the bathroom. I don't know what else to do. And then I just opened that cabinet, and they're right there in front of your face.
Yeah.
And everyone else looked in there in that same spot.
Yep. A lot of our friends are sick. My business partner is ill. He can't get over it. 2 of our workers are very ill. You know, multiple friends of mine are sick right now and very ill. Barton's one of them. One of these guys, I'm not going to call him a gentleman because he's not, but one of these nefarious people, one of these nefarious beings, made a comment that he was going to deal with me. He called me a homeboy and said he's going to deal with homeboy and anyone who came to his aid. Now, the way he worded it, even saying that you're going to deal with people who came to my aid. So I was under attack and someone came to my aid because y'all were attacking me, right? And so Barton was one of the people that supposedly came to my aid. And so I guess he's going to have to get it, right? So you attack him and his wife. Now, my wife's having health problems. Bettina's having health problems. I talked to her earlier tonight. Folks, pray for her, please, too, along with Bart and Letitia. And, of course, everybody's been praying for Nellie. Please continue to pray. Things have not been easy. We've had to weather the storm. Make no mistake, I know what this is. This is spiritual oppression, and I've seen it before. A spiritual attack. If you have any existing health condition, it gets exacerbated. They don't create the health issue. You know, typically it's an end. It's something that they look for an opening. So what they do is they start something with you, cry and say you started it, and then use it as an excuse for malfeasance. And so we have all these people doing all these things, going back and forth. Our friend Madeline, she's going through nightmares, having things happen to her. Phil Stern, marital problems, health problems, you name it. Chris Clough, same thing, going through all kinds of heck. Grandmother got very ill, passed away. His tire blew out on his truck while we were talking to him. When he was making the video about the choke artist, he felt like something was choking him. And what does that tell you? Folks, these are not just meanies, you know, saying meanie things, okay? This is evil. This is real evil, like actual evil. And then one of them pretended to be offended by being called a voodoo, whatever. What are you? By your own admission, you've told multiple people this, that you do this. People very close to you. Vulture, one of your buddies, told us all about what you do. And he wasn't the only one. He wasn't the first one to tell us that. But I'm telling you right now, it's not going to work. Not on me. You're not going to tear my house down. You're not going to tear my world down. I'm just going to keep fighting. And there, you will eventually either learn that I don't quit, that I don't give up, or you're just going to have to just keep taking it. You can pretend like everything's great and that your channel is great and everything else. Go buy some more people or whatever it is you do with how you get your fake or whatever. I don't know what you do. I don't know how it works. I don't know where you buy them. I know you can. I don't know where. But go keep buying them from the subcontinent or wherever the heck you go. And hope and pretend and act like everything's fine, because it's not fine. And I know you're not fine. Because you're not going to walk away scot-free doing what you do. There's a price to pay. When you do these things, folks, and I'm telling you this, is 100%. It's like a very deadly credit card that you're using. To be able to do what they've done to this many people and the way that they've done it takes some serious work. I've had people telling me this is blood magic. People coming to me every day telling me, hey, I could see this. This is blood magic. No, I'm not doubting it at all. I've seen what curses do to people. I've been cursed multiple times. But I also see what it does to the sender, too. So keep your eyes open and watch. What is that? What did Truth say? Truth says, read it.
Had something sent to me last year. Your ring situation happened with my wallet. Looked in my studio 8 times. Then the last time it's sitting under the chair, I moved every time.
It happened to my checkbook when I lived in the old place. And Scorpion and D can attest to that. We were looking everywhere for the checkbook. Turned the house upside down and everything. And I sit down and put my foot up on the coffee table. And I was like, well, ain't this a, pain in the butt? And I looked down, there's the checkbook. Like right by my foot. Come on, dude. It was so obvious. The spirits in that, but that was those spirits in that house. They were trying to say, hey, we don't want you here. Well, I'm going to be here. And I stayed there for years, being stubborn, I know. Fought with them every day, tooth and nail. It was spiritual warfare between me and the inhabitants of that house. I had this one psychic. Well, they were there before you. Okay, unless you're paying rent at my house, you're not allowed to stay there. Unless you're one of my pets or you're paying rent. Are you the dog, the bird, the cat, the fish?
At least toss out some trash or wash a dish or something.
Are you my pig?
You're going to be haunting me.
Then you're not welcome.
Start a conversation. I mean, at least talk to me.
I don't want to talk to them. I have nothing to say to them, dude. I have nothing to say to these beings. They were in my house. And I stayed there for 10 years. Prior to that, you can look up the history of these places, too. I mean, people coming and going. And I stayed there. And people ask me why. I said, I don't know. Part of it was because the rent was cheap. The other part was because I was stubborn. Because I felt like if I left, that they were just going to follow me because I know how the spirit world works. Although I had one psychic, she was like, no, they won't follow you. They just want you to go. They don't like you. I don't give a crap what they like. Because maybe my house was built on top of something or another. I don't know. Somebody said it was like a thoroughfare for them. Well, you know what? Too bad.
Well, here's my thing is like, if you're going to do all that, at least let me know at the beginning. Why would you wait until like I already made my deposit? I moved all my stuff in, I'm already settled in. And then you're like, hey, leave.
Well, they did it pretty quick. The first night I was there, I had a horrible nightmare.
Yeah.
It didn't take long announcing their presence, but then I was gone a lot. I had a job where I traveled during the week, and I'd come back and I'd work the bar on the weekend. And there were people that were staying there, and they were like, hey, man, something's wrong with this place. Me and my girlfriend are having problems. And I thought at the time, I'm like, you work at a bar. And, it's my friend Big Rob. And I was like, Rob, you work at a bar, and your girlfriend and you like to drink and party and hang out, What are you doing? And then he's like, well, even Willie and Jerome I was like, Willie and Jerome also like to drink and party and have a lot of fun. So what are Willie and Jerome doing? No offense to Jerome. Willie's gone, but Jerome still, he works for Tesla and he works out in California.
You mean I can't get in a relationship and still act like I'm single? And it's not going to work?
And they're over there like partying, drinking, hanging out. I mean, of course there's stuff happening. And then a couple of my friends came over, and they were like, oh, no, there's something really wrong with this place. They were very spiritually in tune. One of them is a 7 life path like me, my friend Bones.
Whew, I thought I was going to have to change my life. Thank God it was ghostesses.
But yeah, I could tell you right now that this is, I thought everything was quieting down. They were going to leave us alone, but a few people told me, they were like, no, they're not going to do that. They're just going to change their tactics. So, we always kind of all knew the deal that they were going to do this. How's it working out for you? Because I know it's coming back to you too. So every punch you throw, you're getting hit 4 or 5 times. So how does it work? Do you just keep punching until your face looks like Burger King, or how do you do this?
I mean, they're already halfway there if we're talking about that.
But I'm saying, like, on a spiritual level, okay,
Yeah.
let's be, not even looking at it from a physical standpoint, because what people don't realize and don't understand is that everything is just spirit. This is an illusion. This is a physical manifestation of the spirit. People don't understand that. So what they're doing is they're hurting themselves to hurt you. Thank you for that donation, Tyler. Like I said before, all the donations are going toward the food drive. You don't sit there and punch yourself in the face and hope that maybe you eventually make you break your own jaw just to give your enemy a bruise.
I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
All you got to do, folks, is focus on these people and send them white light energy. What that will do, 2 things. The first thing, it will cleanse them. It will help to cleanse them. It could motivate them to because whatever attachments and other darkness that's feeding on them is not going to like that, and it's going to it'll burn them trying to get away. Depending on how embedded they are with the darkness, which from what I can see, they're pretty darn embedded. And what it'll do is it'll make it, really, really hard for them. You don't want to send it and try to hurt them with it, because then you're doing the same thing they are. So what you do is you just keep sending it to them and just focus on it. And if it will make them cleanse them, if it will work. Charlie Budden says the books, man, dude, I'm sorry, Charlie. We have not even had a chance to go and mail anything off. And I know it's been 2 weeks, and I'm seeing you typing in all capitals, but you're just going to have to be patient, because my wife was in the hospital for 3 days, and I have been going through hell with work and some other things that I don't even want to talk about. Yes, Froetian, exactly. There you go. We got a smart class here. White light will give them a parasite cleanse. But the problem with these people, though, is that they will come back. It will come back. Yeah, Charlie, I'll get it out for you. Don't worry. We're friends. Don't worry. I'm not gonna not pay. I'm not gonna pay my debt. I said that I would help Barton on that thing, and I will.
We haven't forgotten about you either, Miguel.
Yes, we haven't had a chance to even go to the postal annex place where we go. So like Froetian said, it's a parasite cleanse, and these people have these attachments. That white light will burn it off of them, but it also purifies them. Yeah, Impromptu Truth just said it again. What did he say there? Let's read it. He says they are dark-spirited people, and at some point they gave the darkness access to them, and here we are. Exactly. When you open yourself up and you give it access to you, you don't do that and then cry about people attacking you, because you're being puppeteered to attack people constantly to get that energy.
When you stare at the abyss, it stares back.
Yeah. So what we're dealing with here is people who are literally, and they're severely mentally ill in a way that's not, there's nothing a psychiatrist can do for you. You can't get any kind of mental help that's going to help you. They can medicate, whatever. All it does is mask the problem. There is a deep spiritual problem there. And as long as they are in denial, and they're going to sit there and go, no, you. That's all they do. They point the finger, you, and they never once look at themselves. I preach it all the time. You should stand up every day, go to the mirror, and look at yourself in the mirror and go, what can I do to be a better person? Instead of going, you did this, you did that. You know what you should do? Go stand in front of a mirror and tell the person in the mirror, you do this, you do that, you do this, because that's what you're doing. That's what you are. That person in the mirror is you. That's you, dude. You're doing this. And these demons and these spirits and all this other crap that are coming, it's because of you. And I'm as guilty as the next person. Everybody in this whole chat, everybody in this world has to do this. They have to go look at themselves and say, what am I doing wrong? And what can I do different? And what can I do to forgive? What can I do to help? And eventually you'll get to the bottom of it and say, you know what? I need to stop. But no matter how bad the numbers are, no matter how much worse it gets, they just keep on doing what they do, going down that spiral into that drain. Eventually, there's nothing left of you, and all that's left is a shell, and you've been hauled out by a parasitic demon. The guy in Oklahoma with the roach infestation, boy, it's bad. Have you seen this guy? I mean, he looks terrible. It's going to get worse before it gets better because he is in complete denial. He is never going to admit that he's 1,000 different people on those accounts. He's never going to admit that he's done anything wrong. He's going to continue to double down and attack everyone around him. It's everyone in his family except for his weird-looking sister and daughter, his sister, wife, or whatever she is. I really wondered, like at one time, what really was going on with that. I don't know. But everybody, he's at war with everybody. But he won't,
But it's their fault.
Yeah. And he's drug his daughter into it. And young lady, you need to get yourself right with God too, instead of sitting there poking fun and making jokes. This isn't laughy time. Because if that's in your name, because you got some Russian pretending to be a Russian chicken cleghorn guy, dude, you're in for a rude awakening too. Because if you're that stupid and you're a Russian businessman like you claim you are, if you're even a real guy and you're not just Ike pretending, I got a question for you. How did you know to send it to Callie's PayPal? That's an interesting question right there. He's like, I'm going to send money and make you rich and so you can attack Josh Turner. Very bad idea on your part. Unless you've gone to war with, some serious people and you don't need to step into this arena with me. Okay? Are you a gladiator? Because you better be, you dumbass. Because I'm not afraid of you at all. You're hiding. You're pretending like you're a big, giant rooster chicken cartoon guy. You're pretending to be somebody. You think you have deep pockets, Mr. Russian guy? Really? It's probably the psychologist, whatever. Wait till after this Christmas season is over with and I'm done having to put all my money into that. Because your little cabal is not, you're not going to get away with this. Because I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. Once I'm done having to do all this stuff to help people, because that's what needs to be done first, is help people. And then we'll deal with you, Mr. Rooster guy. We're going to find out who you are. I'm going to take you behind the woodshed. You want to fight? And I can only say, Ike, if it's you, you really need to stop because this is the stupidest thing you've ever done. Now we all need to take a hard look. Because if you're on disability and welfare and food stamps and all this other stuff, then how are you getting money for your show? It's all fun and games, isn't it? Ha ha ha. It's not to me. Y'all want to play dirty. I don't need to play dirty and go to your level to win, okay? And I'm not trying to win. I want peace. I want these attacks, these spiritual attacks to stop. I want good health for my people, my wife. Y'all need to pray for her, please. Please pray for Bettina. Bettina's blood pressure is gone all wonky, and she's ill. And we talked earlier tonight, and she thinks it's something to do with all this crap. Well, of course it is. But she's not going to get away with it. It's not going to happen. You're not going to sit back and tee off on me, make all kinds of crazy insinuations and threats, and think that everything's going to be fine, because it's not. Sorry you have to go through this with me, folks, but it's what it is. And it's a learning thing for you, because what you need to understand is spiritual warfare is very real. It's a real thing. And these people are doing it.
And we also can't really do it without you guys either. I mean, like tonight, for instance, like Wolf has said, he's been dealing with a lot, besides just work, personally, and with the business side of it, he's just been swamped with so much stuff. And still, despite coming here late, we still come in and there's still 400 people just waiting for us. That's not something that's normal. That's not something that, we expect. And still, you guys show up every time for us. And so we can't do what we do, and Wolf can't put up that fight without that support from you guys. It means a lot to him to know that you guys are with us and you guys are standing behind him 100%. And you guys are still supporting us. You guys are still believing in us. It gives us a lot of hope, and it gives him, that like, hey, what I'm doing is worth it. This fight I'm fighting, besides just my own personal belief, I know that I'm fighting because I have the support of PRT behind me, and it means a lot. So thank you guys for that.
Yeah, and Sunday we have a whole bevy of stories ready to go. True encounters. Well, I mean, people gave us their encounters. I mean, it's not AI generated, let's put it that way. But, we have encounters ready to go. A lot of ghost stories, a lot of really, really good ghost stories. I don't know if good is the right word. Scary. That's what you're here for. And that'll be on Sunday. I hope everybody enjoyed Tuesday's show. We ended up on Wednesday. Sorry about that. If everybody watched Wednesday's show, what was Wednesday's called? The Devil's Junkyard, but it was called The Devil Lives in Durango or something like that. And then Deborah Hatswell. Everybody, what'd you guys think of Deborah? I mean, she's pretty good. She's from Britain. Deborah Hatswell has a channel, but she's going to be back again next Thursday. And then in the next 2 Thursdays after that, we're going to have a guy named Eddie who's going to come on, and he's going to talk about Bigfoot, but in a way that you're not going to expect it. And there's going to be we're just going to keep bringing it. These people aren't going to win. Their channels are a wasteland. So they have nothing left. So what do? Throw the curses at you. I'm just going to take it and curve it and throw it right back. And hopefully the sender is prepared to receive it, because once they receive it, because it may not be them, may not be powerful enough themselves to send it, so they got to go get somebody to do it. That person is going to really, really hate you. Yeah. It doesn't come back the same way. It builds momentum like a snowball as it goes back, screaming back to them. So be prepared for that. You ready?
Yeah, the entities you deal with take a chunk of flesh, no matter who it's from.
They take that pound of flesh. They do. And these people don't know how to. Yeah. This keyboard still doesn't work.
You want to try that out?
Well, not now, because that's something we got to do before the show, and we need to have it ready. So let's go ahead and make this call. See how the sound. It's very quiet on my end, but we'll see what happens. Start it over. I can't type a message, so. Oh, okay. Well, let me try this. Take this person and just great. Hmm. So I guess we don't have a guest. That's great. We got here late, so I guess that person got impatient. And let me see the screen. I can't even see it. So, okay, so we don't have a guest. Huh. Was not prepared for that. Most people don't just bow out that quickly, but that's fine. Whatever. There's a time difference there. They're on mountain time, so I thought it would be I guess I was off on the time. Sorry. Nicholas Bravo says stories. Yeah, I got a lot of them. I was saving them for Sunday when we have a bigger crowd, but I don't know. Let me give it a few more. Anybody else want to speak or say something? Because I don't want to throw all my stories for Sunday out here. Because then I got to go back into the emails and try to get the ones from some more for Sunday. It only gives me 2 days to go through it. I like to have a couple days to go through it. Dave House says there are a few of us who'd be happy to fill in. I appreciate it if anybody wants to come on and talk.
That's always a treat.
Mm-hmm. Somebody told me the other day that they don't watch the interviews. They don't listen to the interviews. They only listen to the retelling of people's stories.
That's a mistake, especially last week's. I mean,
people want to do what they want to do. I'm not going to tell them it's a mistake, but, you know.
But it's definitely really a lot of fun.
Huh. Do you have Mickey G on Facebook? Because she said that she can come on, and Dave Howell and Mickey G are both saying that they can come on and speak.
I mean, there's a lot of people that have sent me information and stories and stuff, but I don't have them prepared to come on.
Do you want to tell us about your time on the streets?
What is their handle on there?
I don't know. Why don't y'all, if y'all want to come on, go ahead and just get on Facebook and shoot Wolf a message right now. We got the Facebook
donation.
We got his Facebook open on the computer right now, so the message will pop up, and we can just give y'all a call.
That's interesting. Do you know any stories of haunted plane crash sites? No. No, I don't.
Not yet, at least. After the show, we'll
After
see.
this, somebody will send one. I'm sure they'll be like, "Hey, you know what? I heard this." You know.
Now that you asked,
We'll see. We'll keep you posted.
so I guess not yet will be your answer.
Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah. We'll call her. Let's get it going.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, hold on 1 second because I can't really hear you. Okay. How about now?
Sounds good.
There we go. Okay. What do you guys want to know? I've told a couple of stories on Blondes and Booze. I could tell you about growing up seeing ghosts.
Whatever you want to talk about. This is just flying. We're shooting from the hip here. Go ahead. Whatever you want to talk about. Tell us who you are, but you don't have to say your real name. But give us the first
Mickey.
name to go by.
Just Mickey.
Okay.
I'm a single mom. I have a son. Matter of fact, today's his birthday. So happy birthday, Brandon. And then I've pretty much seen ghost paranormal since I was probably 3 years old. 4. I can, and then I told this story on Blondes and Blue, but I can't even talk. Anyway, I can remember being.
How old is Brandon today?
He's 23.
23. Happy birthday, 23.
Happy birthday,
Brandon.
man.
I wish I was 23 again. That was like a million years ago.
Yeah, it's so young. Jeez.
Oh, geez. Well, that was 2 years ago for you? 3?
It was 2 years, man. I don't even know where I was at that time.
So you'll be what, 26 next month?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was 3 years ago. That's not very long.
It's 2 years because time is different back then. You had to be there.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, sure. Millennials and Zoomers. Okay.
I guess.
Let them tell it. So Mickey, go ahead. So do you want to start from when you were young, or how do you want to tell it?
Oh, I could tell you all kinds of things. One of the stories I've told is I can remember being about 3, 4-ish, shortly before my dad passed. I can remember going to my mom and saying, I'm talking to, and I can't remember who it was now. It's been so long ago. But I was talking to somebody in my room, and she said, oh, you just have a vast imagination. But raising 5 kids in the house, all 5 of us saw things, heard things, felt things. There's so many to tell.
Let's start with the first one.
Start with the first one you remember, and we'll just go from there.
Basically, it was just like a little man I was talking to. And I don't, like I said, I don't remember what they told me their name was. Again, I'm a little bit older than you, Josh, so my memory's not the greatest. But I can remember just he would come and play and talk with me.
How old were you at the time?
About 3 or 4. My memory doesn't go back quite as far as some people's. But yeah, I at the most 4. I know it was shortly before my dad passed away, and he passed away when I was almost 5. But even after he passed, this little man would come talk to me. And I don't know if it was, an ancestor or just something I ran into. I can remember going to Catholic school and sitting in class, and out of the corner of my eye seeing somebody stand in the doorway, and they weren't totally solid. But I knew if I said anything, I'd be sent to the priest to be talked to. One of the stories I've also told is I had a friend over one night. Brandon was maybe 2 years old, and we heard footsteps up in the attic of my mom's house. And I just offhandedly said, quit it. Took 2 more steps and it stopped. And the friend that was over about lost her, what.
Well, one of the people in the chat asked a question. Why do you call him the little man?
Because he was like no bigger than I was, but he looked like an adult.
And
he looked like not a little person, but just a short adult.
Huh.
And I was pretty tall for 4 years old.
And he just looked like a solid, like normal person. I mean, besides being short.
I thought it was just somebody that came to visit the house. It was a friend of my parents. I can remember seeing him sitting next to my dad on the couch. But my dad wasn't talking to him.
Did anyone else ever see him, or like?
My
Like any of
brother
your siblings?
affectionately,
Yeah.
my brother affectionately called him Ghost Charlie.
He called him Ghost Charlie,
Yeah,
and I'm guessing this was your older brother, right?
yeah, he's it was 5 years older than me. He has since passed as well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. But yeah, he called him Ghost Charlie and did for years. Something would happen in the house, and Kevin would go, "Oh, that was just Ghost Charlie. Don't worry about it."
Well, so he knew. So did he see him first, or did you see him first?
I couldn't tell you.
But he was always just kind of around, yeah.
I'm assuming so. Like I said, with Kevin not here now, I can't just call him up and say, "Hey, when did you first see Ghost Charlie?"
And you first saw this little man, like for the. I mean, not. Did you see him for the duration of living in that house, or did it just stop one day, or did it only stop when y'all moved out?
It stopped temporarily, namely because my mom would tell us, we're full of beans, we have a vast imagination. I just started kind of blocking everything out.
Oh yeah, that's. I really wish the parents wouldn't do that. I mean, like, I think they're coming from a good place, because they don't want their kids to be scared.
Frightened, yeah.
Yeah, but what they do is they're essentially like kind of conditioning their children to be more like grounded and not spiritually in tune.
Yeah, they're closing their minds off.
And it's like a gradual thing that happens over the years.
Or to me, she was scared.
Yeah, that too. And I've made this point before. Like, I think another reason that parents do that is because they themselves are afraid, and they can't. It's like you don't want to appear in your own household to your own children that there's something going on that you don't have control of.
That you don't understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Only reason I think I can say that she believed is she told me a story. She had lost a child at 6 months during her pregnancy, and she said that she saw her grandfather like 2 or 3 days prior to losing this baby, and I think that scared her more than anything else, and I think that's why she kind of made it sound like it was us, because she was scared of seeing the paranormal.
Right. That's. I mean, that would have been a traumatic thing for her.
Or maybe it was you because she was scared of seeing the paranormal.
I'm so used to seeing it, though. Yes, I get unnerved. I've run into, not necessarily demonic, but I've run into negative spirits. I've had an apartment prior to where I'm at now, and I would see shadow people. And like I said on another show, you would feel the negativity the minute you would walk in the building. You feel the dread.
Where was
like I said,
this
I saw
at?
shadow in Kansas.
Yeah, but where at? Like you're at your place of work, or?
No, at home.
Oh wow.
This is before I had to stay home with Brandon for a few years. He has mild autism and ADHD, so I was a stay-at-home mom for a long time. So even he wouldn't say he saw anything. He would say he was scared. So I don't know if maybe he sensed it. He senses things now. It's like I told somebody earlier that we were on the way home from Walmart this afternoon, and he suddenly goes, "Don't follow me home." So I think he's coming into to whatever you want to call it, where he's seeing things. I could with the temporary shutting down with me when I was 16, 17 years old, I did dabble in the occult a little bit. And that's when I started seeing things again.
That will definitely open it up. It exacerbates things. What did you, if you don't mind me asking, and this is prying too much, then you can not answer the question, but what were you doing?
Playing with Ouija boards.
Okay. Was that the extent of it?
I did play with it by myself. And that's when I came into the realization I was messing up with what I was doing. I was very lonely. I had not seen the horror movies with, don't mess with Ouija boards by yourself. I wasn't, I followed Lorraine Warren growing up, but I didn't get into it so much that I didn't know not to play with a Ouija board. I ended up getting scared and quit messing with it.
Glade's Creature says, yeah, a presence can be sensed. You're right. When you were, did you get to the point where you could sense these entities, or did you have to see them?
At my mom's house, I sensed them more than I saw them. Every once in a while, I would see something fleet, like in my eye, peripheral vision, where they were like, hey, by the way, we're still here, and they'd be gone. But with messing with Ouija boards and getting into things that I probably shouldn't have, I was pagan for a little bit as well. I've now since turned my life around as far as that goes, especially having Brandon. I, too, also lost a baby at 20 weeks and kind of lost my way. And when I got pregnant with him, it kind of woke me up and brought me back to God.
Well, that's a good thing.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like Brandon was a blessing.
Very much so. He's my hero, basically. My ride or die.
That's cool.
But yeah, like I said, I've seen things all my life. Where we live now, I don't see anything in the home, don't feel anything in the home, but I see stuff outside. And I've had to say, do not follow me into the apartment.
Yeah.
Because I don't want Brandon to be scared.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So has he seen things too, or?
One of the stories I've told is we have a ghost at work. Him and I are not the only two that have seen this ghost. His name's Jorge. That's just what we've named him. But you'll see him in a shadow form. A loaf of bread will fall off a shelf. I have a boss that posted on, I think it was Instagram, where you could see a piece of paper just kind of floating in the air off of a display. Now, that could have been wind. That could have been anything. But when she posted it, she said, George is up to it again. I don't know what he saw today. He just said he felt like something was following us home from the store. And that's why he just openly, suddenly said, do not follow me home.
How old were you? You said 4 or 5 the first time you saw this little man,
I was probably more like 3, close to 4.
Mm-hmm. Well, people our age can actually remember that far back. The generation after us, I learned this like 15, 20 years ago. I started noticing that they were, no way. They couldn't, you could talk to one that was like 12 or 13, something, and like, they couldn't tell you. Like their childhood. They couldn't tell you anything about it. That's a very weird thing. I don't know why that is.
I know Brandon can remember stuff, but
how far back?
You and I would say probably even we lived with my mom for quite a while before we got our own place. We had moved him into my grandmother's room. My grandmother had lived with us for a long time. He was probably about 3 or 4. And he kept reporting to me and my mom that there was a man peeking in the window. Mm-hmm. So we don't know if that was an actual person. I never saw him, never felt him. Or if he was seeing maybe my dad. I would like to believe that it was probably my father.
I think sometimes, though, when a child is born from someone who is intuitive like you are, it may change the landscape a little bit. But
well, I think too with his autism, with him being delayed in many areas, it's just now where he's more seeing things as he's gotten older. He holds a full-time job, does really well. But, I was 26 when he was born, and that's when I started really more coming back into seeing things. You know, the biggest thing is I shouldn't have been messing with things as a teenager like I was. It wasn't just, being a Wiccan or pagan. We were going playing cemeteries, which that's not a good thing to do either.
That happened to Anthony.
Yeah.
He ended up picking up an attachment he didn't know he had. I thought he just had African sleeping sickness. But they were like, no, it's not African sleeping sickness. Which is a real disease. I mean, it sounds silly and funny, but it's true.
It's like advanced narcolepsy or something.
Yeah, but it comes from a parasite. But I just was like, made a joke. I told the doctor, I was like, I think something's wrong. He sleeps all the time. And the doctor checked him out. And they're like, oh, nothing's wrong with this kid. Then Tony's mother, who was a shaman, and, whether you agree or don't agree, I don't judge people for whatever whatever. But she said, he's got attachment. And then she started questioning him and asked him if he had ever gone into a cemetery and gave permission to a ghost. And at first he was like, no. And then he was like, oh, wait a minute. How old were you?
I was probably 17, 18.
You were that old when that happened?
When we went to the cemetery, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
With your friends? Just with your friends?
Yeah. We just, we were on some back road in between, I don't even know where, Taylor, Thrall, Copeland, it could have been anywhere. I don't know. Just out in the middle of nothing, and there was just a cemetery, in the middle of the night.
It wasn't Lawrence Cemetery, was it? Because if it was, you're lucky you didn't get attacked by the black dog. Those stories of the black cats and black dogs out there.
Yeah, just a small little country cemetery.
Jeez Louise. Oh, goodness gracious.
You want to talk about worrying about Cadejo? Come on now.
The Cadejo, yeah. I mean, well, we had a story of a black dog that jumped on somebody's car. I think I've told it on the show. And then there's these demonic black cats that people see, and they get up on their hind legs and walk like people. Those stories are all over that area where he was talking about, and between Taylor and Thrall. It's I never asked. I thought it was just a cemetery there in town.
No, it was way out in the sticks.
It wasn't where my mother's buried, is it? That cemetery where
no,
my was buried?
No, it wasn't within the city limits of Taylor, or even I don't even think it was
Well, that one's not.
Well, but I know it wasn't that one. Because, I remember what it looks like. I just don't remember where it was. Because we were driving around, just on these country back roads at night. And I have no idea where we were.
That's crazy.
Well, in Kansas to me, is very haunted. We have, the Sally House. And we have the Elms in Kansas City, Missouri. I've talked about Sour Castle. Kansas is very haunted.
Well, Dodge City, I just had a story that somebody had told me. The lady's husband thinks
I've heard stories out of Dodge City. I've heard stories out of Topeka. They had a mental health hospital up there that a lot of patients claimed it was haunted.
Mm-hmm. In Topeka.
Yeah.
Yeah, Topeka. That's actually, there's a few stories out of that area. I know that there's a phantom house right outside of there, too, which was destroyed by a tornado. And supposedly, or is it... God, what is that town? Starts with an S.
Silver Lake?
No, not Silver Lake. It's like if you're going out, if you go from Colorado and you go straight out across the high plains, when it starts to get lower, then you take a right, and it's a very popular interchange right there. And then you get on 35 and go down into Oklahoma. I can't remember. Selma? Is it? No, not
Salina.
Salina. There you go. Yeah, Salina. There's a phantom house right outside of there that I got a story about.
I've heard that one. The biggest thing I don't like about down in that area is we had BTK. We've had other serial killers. That area has to be haunted.
Yeah. BTK was one. Recently, somebody was telling me, and I'm not at liberty to talk about it because I don't know, but somebody was telling me that they knew that guy. And they wanted to talk about it. And I was like, well, is this paranormal? And they were like, not really. And I'm like, okay, pass. Because this isn't a true crime show, but we do touch on some strange things. And so me and Anthony and Tony were kicking around the idea a couple of weeks ago. We were like, we should probably do one on serial killers because there's so much weirdness that surrounds them. you know.
Well, and I don't know what it is about the Midwest and well, even out where Barton lives and other places, why it's so haunted.
Well, Kentucky's built upon the giant cave system. That's why I think. I mean, it's something me and Barton both agree on that. But Kansas is the high plains, and there's a lot of wind. And I'm going to say something that may sound kind of odd to people who are uninitiated, but if you've been on this train with us for all this time, you probably already say, okay, this makes sense. But the devil, is Satan, the Shaitan, which is actually a race of beings and a title. They're known as, the powers of the air.
Yeah, the prince of the power of the air.
Yeah, and well, that's
But like plural, I guess.
plural. Yeah, they are able to travel through the air, and there are a lot of stories in the Levant. If you go back and you look at other countries and their legends, they can explain a lot to what's going on over here. People don't do that. That's a problem. They don't do that. But the Middle East is very, like, there was a story. I need to tell this story. I need to get it done. She's asked me recently because she's getting up there in years and she wants people to know. It happened back in the 70s. But she was traveling to a place that is known to be extremely haunted called Petra. And she had these spirits that attacked, and they were like sand devils. But they came on the wind. And it's a very odd story, and I should tell it. But it's odd even more because there's another story I got out of a place called El Madam that's very similar. And, of course, you go back into history, and there's stories of these, like, Saladin's army. There's a myth that part of his army was destroyed in Tunisia by these sand devils. But they're made, like, they call them dervish, like swirling winds. And they whip up sand by their, what they do. And they suffocate you. And I was in Nevada one time, and I know this is not my showcase here, but I'm going to tell you, Mickey, in the audience. And there were these 3 huge dust devils, and I've never seen dust devils that big in my life. I was in northern Nevada, and I was at a golf course, and don't even ask me what I was doing out there. I was bodyguarding a person that played golf. And I don't know what his deal was. I think he, looking back on it, it's probably foolish because I think that he had a hit out on him. That's what I think. I don't know. And I could have been a victim too, but I was out there trying to, make some money, help this guy. And the guy that we were with, one of the other security people, was like, "Oh, dude, those are demons." And like, I thought this guy was odd, to say the least. And I said, "What do you mean they're demons?" I'm like, 23, 24-year-old guy. And he says, "Dude, the devil travels in the air, kicking up sand." And I was like, that was just a weird thing to say. Well, he was actually, I didn't know this at the time, he was Syrian. And I thought he was just a white guy. I didn't know what he was, but he was Syrian. And he's like, no, my family's from Syria. And so he started, and I got to know him, and his name was Nick. We called him Nick. But he was a pretty cool guy, and he was, I spent a few days up there, and it was a very desolate area where we were at. And the guy that was there, I think this is not something I can confirm. I don't know 100%. I think he was in the witness protection program. But I think that he had left or something, like he had left it, which was a big mistake. And then this guy said, well, yeah, this dude's got people after him. After a few days of feeling really uneasy and uncomfortable, I was like, I think I'll collect my money and leave. But there were always like these sandstorms going on. And I was staying in Vegas at that time, and I remember going up to Area 51. And there was a security detail there that was outside. And I knew a couple of the guys. And I'm not going to get into a big old thing about it, but they claimed that it was, they would see these demonic-looking clouds that would take form. I mean, not like a humanoidal form, but like a form where you could see like a face. So I thought that was weird. I mean, and the fact that I've been these places and seen different things and met different people, I'm going to say something else, and this is not sounding, crass or arrogant, but I think it kind of was preparing me for what I'm doing now. Because a lot of people have a lot of experiences, but you don't go to all these places by accident and learn all these things. It doesn't, it forms who you are and who you're going to be. You know what I mean? But anyway, Mickey, go ahead. Let's continue. Sorry.
I'm trying to think, hun, because it's late.
It is.
One of the stories I wanted to tell you is while being pregnant with Brandon, a friend of mine decided in the middle of the night. I was young and still trying to get myself together. But she decided we're going to drive through a cemetery one night, and as we're driving through, you see like a greenish mist, and I'm wondering if that didn't follow me home, and that's maybe what kind of made everything pick back up at home at my mom's house. To make a long story short, like I said, I've been a single mom since day one with Brandon, so it was just me and him. Again, I had lost my way. Thankfully, I found it, and started finding it then. But I often wonder if that didn't follow me back to the house. What it was, I couldn't tell you. But I even turned to the friend that was driving and I said, "Did you see that?" And she said, "Yeah." So there's been too many instances where I've had somebody with me where I know it's not in my head.
Yeah, and especially with that color, like the when you say like a greenish mist, like you, especially like if when people see like a cryptid or a spirit and they have green eyes, it's almost always like something bad, like glowing green eyes, glowing green mist, like glowing green orbs. Like they'll see them and like something will attach to them or something bad will happen. And I don't know exactly what it is about that color specifically. But there's some form of like negativity that's always attached to glowing green, like spiritual phenomena.
According to the myths and legends in the Middle East, green, there's a type of jinn that's green.
Yeah.
There's a green jinn, a blue jinn, but then fairies are their different colors too.
Oh, see, I won't even mess with the fae.
No, that's another thing. I mean, like the thing you saw when you were a kid, the little man. There was a guy, a little man that was green, that my aunt and uncle and Anthony, Jovita and Tino's kids, they would see it. That was my first cousins. They would see him, and then later on, that same house, their children would see it. And when we all got older, it was like it grew out of it. But it was so weird, man. I always thought there was something in that house because I would see something running through the hallway when I'd sit up and look, when I'd be sleeping there, and I would never get a real good look at it. It was like small.
I've just heard the stories where people have disappeared and then they all of a sudden show back up and I was with the fairies, and they're totally different people than they were when they disappeared. Mm-hmm. You just hear basically the horror story, and not to mess with that group of people. Or peoples.
Yeah, or their child, like their little infant child, will disappear and then come back, and then it's like it's not the same. It's like a changeling. The Fae are they're so dangerous and unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can I say that was that little man I saw? Can I say that was Fae? Maybe, but my brother saw him too. So I'm not, real sure who that was, what that was. I just knew that I had a playmate, and I just thought it was a relative. He seemed very full-bodied, and I didn't know till later when my brother started calling him Ghost Charlie that this is possibly a ghost. I walk into places where I've never been, and I get a lot of deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's being sensitive, or if, like you were talking earlier, Wolf, about astro projecting, and I've done that in my sleep and not known it.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell because, yes, I want to be able to see things still, but at the same time, I don't want evil coming into my home.
Yeah.
I don't want anything in the home because
that's your domain. You can't have that.
Yeah. I don't want him ever, and he still may run into it, but I don't want him ever running into something I've brought home on accident.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. When you were a child, did you, did you hear things too, like, but not see it? Did things talk to you or try to communicate with you?
It was more like the footsteps in the attic was unfinished. There was no reason for anybody to be up there, and I would be home alone at 10, 11 years old because, back then you
Yeah.
could be.
Yeah, I was
Um,
a latchkey kid. Yeah, I know.
yeah. I would hear things like knocking to the wall. I'd hear bangs, like I said, footsteps in the attic, little fleeting, like, I guess you call it ghost or whatever you want to call it, shadow person. Um that house was really weird.
Yeah.
And it was one of the houses, there was a area in Kansas City, Kansas called Argentine, and that flooded in the 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
So the housing we had was built in like 51, 52, and you can't find history in that area about who was there before, what, if there was farms. You can't find any real history if, a war happened in that area. I've tried looking. So I don't know if I'm just picking up on stuff from that.
Kansas is so prone to flooding. It's so prone to tornadoes. I mean, it's Tornado Alley.
Oh, yeah.
And there's so much weird stuff. Like I've heard of people's like cows being thrown 20 miles away. I mean, I mean, I don't know if it's 20 miles, but like 10 miles, it's like, it's crazy. I mean, like, just some of the stories of the storms and things. And I just, it's such a strange place. And when you're driving through there, it's flat and the wind is really strong. And you got to remind yourself, you're actually pretty far up above sea level.
Yeah.
People don't realize that. They think, oh, it's Kansas is this big flat. It's not a low country at all. You're up high. And then when you drive across Kansas going west to east, which I've done that multiple times for some reason. I don't know why I'm different, but you're just gradually declining until you get to the east side of the state. And it is a weird thing. And every time I've driven across Kansas, usually coming out of Colorado, like I almost get blown off the highway and I almost end up wrecking with somebody. And there's always somebody's trailer whipping around. It's happened like 3 times, which is a really odd thing, to just happen over and over again. And I've stayed at 2 really weird hotels in Kansas in my life. Well, motels. Nothing, I didn't see anything, but I had nightmares both times. And I just don't know what that is.
If I could, I would, and I'm not in communication with my father's side of the family. That's a long story in itself. But basically, I'm thinking that the sensitivity that me and my siblings have had and or have has come from my father's side of the family. Like I said, my mom, saw my great grandfather, but that she never really said anything more about seeing the paranormal. But she had to have felt or seen something in that house. If 5 children saw it or felt it, I don't see how she couldn't. And again, I think that's because she was scared. I've just learned to live with it.
One of the things, too, that I think is interesting about Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, it was all part of a shallow inland sea at one time. So layers and layers down in there, it would have been, millions of years ago, but, it was there. It was part of the history. And people look at history. They don't look at history in the way that I look at history. They look at history in the way like, oh, thousands of years ago, that was ancient. Somebody was in a group that I'm in and they were talking about the Anunnaki, and they were like, oh, that was 350,000 years ago. My gosh, that's a long time. But that's really not. It's really not. And I'll tell you why I say that, because if you look at it in terms of like the different ages, 350,000 years ago was not that long ago. When you look at like if there's 4 cycles within a 4,320,000 year span, then how many of those 4 cycles have been, there's been a bunch. And it's always a rise, fall, over and over again of the cycles of the earth. And the Earth being 2 billion years old, I mean, you're looking at like the time that man has been alive. It's been like if it was the Empire State Building was the history, we're like a credit card at the top or a piece of paper. You know, and that's what the history says. Here's what I say. I say that mankind in some form has been around for a long time, millions and millions of years, and we've risen and fallen, and there's no record of us. There are dinosaurs, but I don't think they can even accurately date these things. But even if a dinosaur was 60 million years old, that's still a blink of an eye compared to how long the Earth has been around.
Mm-hmm.
In
I can agree with that.
2.2 billion years, or whatever that the science says now, at 65 million years was nothing. And I think that when we go out, I think what's going to happen is it's going to be a cataclysm. And I think that when you read Revelations, a big part of Revelations or in the Vedas, you know, what it's describing in the end is like, or in the Quran, any of these books, these considered to be holy books, they always say the same thing. It's like our destruction in this age is going to come in the form of like maybe a comet or a meteor. Because it says the stars will fall from the sky. Mm-hmm. And of course, the sun is going to be burnt and black like sackcloth, and the moon will be red and bleeding, which is what will happen during a nuclear winter. So it's either some sort of nuclear holocaust or it's some sort of comets, things like that. And when you look at the history, like if you go back in time, you look at the history, there was a meteor strike that took place at some point, which evaporated part of that inland sea, which would have encompassed Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, and part of, I think, Colorado, you know, and then there was a few, then Missouri. That whole area was inundated with water all the way up. And I think that you know, the Earth has a memory. You know what I mean?
Oh, I can agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that all that salt is layers and layers down within the Earth, but it creates some sort of like, I don't know, like it does something that permanently scars the Earth, you know, and it makes something happen to where it creates like corridors. Salt is very potent mineral. It's in all of our bodies. It's on all of the oceans. And we don't really know, like scientists don't all agree on why there's so much salt. They'll like one will tell you this is why, the other will tell you another thing, and they'll all be very adamant, just like religion. They're all very adamant that they're correct. But the fact of the matter is they're not correct, and they don't know. One's theory is just as good as another, you know, and how life, you know, is able to survive in that salination, and how some creatures can't survive in it and some can, you know. I mean, it's just, why do we not breathe water, you know? But I do believe that it sets the stage for ages and ages and ages later. And I think that there's a reason for a lot of the way that things are. I think it just goes back to history. I just believe that. I believe that science and history just converge, and it creates the reality we live in now. It's really fascinating to think that at one time there were giant sea creatures that were just swimming around on the very, you know, the land of the sand that you're walking on. I mean, it's just a strange thing to think about. And then if you move a little forward from that, and then, you know, there's these meteor strikes and things that change the face of the planet. And we could have been terraformed multiple times by different civilizations. And the most recent one, we just made a religion out of it and said, oh, this is what, you know. And I think that what ended up happening over here where we're at, I think that it created a lot of sediment that ended up being the catalyst for hauntings. And what I mean is like the salt being in the earth, and then the limestone and all these other minerals that were just stacked upon. It sets something up, you know. It creates portals, if you will, you know, that people can just walk in and out of and not even realize it. And these entities do the same thing. And I think that's, you know, why Kansas is very haunted, why Texas is very haunted, Oklahoma is very haunted. It just goes back to that, you know. And
then some of us are more sensitive, like myself, and even you guys. We're
You
just
pick
more
up on it.
sensitive and see it.
mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that a lot of these visitors we had from different worlds, different places, they didn't have to come here in a spaceship. People always say, oh, they came here on a spaceship. Those ships that you see flying around in the sky. Okay, imagine for a minute and take this journey with me. If you can follow it, we'll loop back around. An alien species comes to this planet. They're going to come through a Stargate. They're going to bend space and time, which we know theoretically is possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's like folding a piece of paper. They go through it. The craft that you see them flying around, they didn't come here from millions of miles away in that craft.
Yeah.
That craft is just for them to scoot around on the planet.
Yeah, it's like reconnaissance or
Like if you watch like Star Trek or Star Wars, any of those kind of space, they got it right in one way. Well, you wouldn't be able to see the lasers in space. That's bullcrap. And there wouldn't be this those sounds. You wouldn't hear that. That's not real. But if you see them like on the planet, they'll have like the stormtroopers, for example. They'll have like a ship that they use to fly around and do stuff on on the planet.
yeah.
That ship is not going to be taking off, leaving the atmosphere. They use a different one for that. That's what I think these aliens are. They're using these UFOs. What we see as UFOs, unidentified flying objects. That's their locomotion here on the planet. They didn't come here with that.
How do we know they're not just sitting up there watching anyway?
Yeah. Yeah, and they use the Stargates, but I think that there's certain places on the planet that are more accessible, easier for them to use. And one of the theories that exists, and I've heard a lot of people from the UFO community talk about this, and this show is heavily cryptid based and it's very ghost based, but we do talk about alien abduction. That's a very big subject here, and I do know a lot about the alien races. And I'm not saying, I know a lot about. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm saying I've studied it. But one of the things that I've learned over the years of studying this, and I was talking to a couple different people from the UFO community, and we talked about how there are places in Australia, which were actually underwater too, places in like the Middle East, which all that desert right there was at one time, about the same time as us, it was underwater, and now it's a desert. Texas, Kansas, Missouri, parts of Missouri, and then of course you go on up all the way up, all these different states, and then part of Colorado, Oklahoma, it was all underwater. And now these are places where a lot of high strangeness takes place. A lot of things happen. Utah is another one. All of that, all the way in the middle. Like if you looked at an ancient map of the United States, I'm not talking about ancient as in Roman. I'm not talking about 1,000,000 years. I'm talking about millions and millions of years. If you looked at a map of the United States, they would be in two parts. It would just be this huge sea going up, and it would be connected to the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are the remnants of that.
Okay.
And then when it froze, and then when it unfroze, there's the Great Lakes. All that water receded, and of course, a meteor took out part of it, and pushed it, And there's all these different theories as to why it is the way it is and why it happens the way it does. But I think that there were ancient alien civilizations that were coming and going long before man was created. And if you look at like one particular Gnostic story of the creation of man, it's the story of Adam, which is Adam. And there were these beings called the Archons, basically, and they created man. But it was a divine intervention from the higher God who breathed life into the Adam. And the demiurge, as they called him, which was the god of this world, who was responsible for him and his archons creating, because he said, let's build man in our image. And these were archons. A lot of people equate them with the Anunnaki or even the Watchers, which I don't do that because I think they're two different things. But I think that if you were to take that creation story, it also mirrors what the ancient Sumerian tablets tell us. Not completely exactly, but it's pretty close. But then you take the Old Testament of the Bible, and it pretty much copies the Sumerian text. And they came a lot later. That's the thing I argue with people, is that those Sumerian tablets predate the Bible by about 6,000 years. So how the heck are you going to say that it's all based on the Bible? Well, the Bible was written way after that. So did these people predict the Bible, or is the Bible really just copying it? I mean, the Old Testament, not all of it. I'm not talking about the Gospels. I'm talking about the Torah, the 5 books. I think that it's the truth. I don't think it's a lie, but I think it's kind of a watered down retelling of a story that's way more ancient than anything we could possibly, And I think when the Gnostics, what they were trying to do was tell you what they believe to be the truth behind all that. But what it has to do with what you're talking about is everything. What it is like telling you why things are the way they are, who these players were and what they were doing. And there's a lot of places in Kansas where they have found like mines, and they're ancient. I'm not talking, like I said before, I'm not talking about, oh, this is thousands of years old. No, they found like all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's a person that I've talked to recently who says that they used to work for the Smithsonian, and they were responsible for collecting ancient artifacts. I really wish this person would come forward and go on the show, but she's not really comfortable with that. She worked for an archaeology department at a major university, and she claims that there in Kansas, in northern Kansas, they found proof of a mine that went back like millions of years. Now, who are these people that were doing this? Now, before you say, oh, that's ridiculous, this sounds like a bunch of poo-poo, sure, whatever. Well, they found a nuclear reactor in the Congo, which is 2 to 3 million years old. I mean, when you go back 2 or 3 million, it's not that hard to date that. Once you get past, several million, it gets a little more tricky, and then there's a big debate about how accurate it is. But for us, 1 million years might as well be 2 billion years. What does it matter? That's like if somebody came to you and said, you owe $3 million for a parking ticket. You're like, yeah, well, I guess I'm not going to pay that. Oh, okay, well, you're going to get smart? Well, it's 5 million now. Okay, you might as well make it 1 billion because I'm not going to pay it. Once it gets to a certain point, what does it matter?
Yeah.
You're not going to pay it. It's just, you don't have $3 million lying around to go pay it. You're not going to pay it. That's the same thing with this. I mean, it's like it might as well be, oh, it's not 35 million years. It's 60 million years. They're off by 30 million. What does it matter once you get to 1 million? What does it matter? For this lifespan that we have, right, Mickey? I mean, we have like these little tiny lifespans.
It's a blink.
It's a blink. What does it matter? Yesterday I was 20. Today I'm 40-something, whatever.
Exactly. And I know I talked about my mom a lot, but, she was the only parent I had for 41 years. And now that she's gone, in my mind, it went quick. It was a blink.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have her now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So the point, though, is that Kansas, I mean, like you've brought up a very good point, and in that state, and it's a very interesting state, there's a house that disappears and was torn down by a tornado, supposedly. You have the ghost of Bat Masterson walking around Dodge City. I mean, it's a weird place, but it makes sense. When I was in Oklahoma, I stopped in a few different cities, and when I talked to people about what I did, they were giving me information on all kinds of neat stuff, Dogman stories and ghosts and alien abduction. And one of the guys, when I was in Paul's Valley, he asked me, he's like, why do you think it's the way it is? We're in this little diner, it's a neat little place. Right next to it was the toy museum. And one of the people in there was a young guy. He was talking to me and my wife and Scorpio. And he was like, why do you think it is the way it is? And I said, it goes way back to history. I always talk about history. I always tell people, I said, it goes back millions of years. And one guy was sitting, that's the Bible Belt, and he's like, the earth ain't no millions of years old. I wanted to tell him, you know what, just eat your biscuits and gravy and shut up. But I wasn't going to be rude. I'm not a local, But I was like, why do you think that, young man? Because he's like my age. And he goes, I'm not a young man. I said, I'm trying to be nice. I could call you good looking too. And then he was just like, well, I think you're full up, whatever. And I said, well, you can think what you want. Okay, read a book. And then he's like, well, I'm not going to go read. I'll read the Bible. And I said, okay, well, then you will be uneducated for a long time. He's like, why is that? I know everything I need to know is in the Bible. I said, really? Does it tell you how to drop a transmission? No, it doesn't. Does it? And he said, nothing that exists who's not in the Bible doesn't exist. I said, really? He doesn't believe in dinosaurs either. I said, well, the Bible doesn't talk about trains, planes, and automobiles, does it? But they exist, don't they? Use common sense. I mean, it's common sense if you wanted to use common sense, but these people, they don't want to use common sense. They want to believe the way they want to believe. He says, and I believe all ghosts are demons. He literally was saying this kind of stuff. And he got up and left. He wasn't there very long. And luckily, I didn't have to deal with him. And my wife's in the bathroom. She comes back, and I didn't even get into the way the guy was talking. The other guy was kind of just trying to talk to us. The dude's like being rude. He says a couple more things, and he leaves. And he's a local. That's how he believes. I'm not going to argue and fight with him. I just ignored him. And the lady behind the counter is like, I don't worry about him. He's just the way he is. He comes here every day and eats. He's a widower. He's got and grumpy. But I told her, I said, most of this country is like him. That's the truth. And if you talk about something that makes them uncomfortable, then their immediate reaction is to go into like some sort of hyperdrive anger. And that's a big problem, because when you start having a very frank conversation like you and I are having about ghosts and things that you've seen, they want to figure out what it is. And if they can't figure it out, then they want to throw out the final explanation, put a stamp on it, and move it on. That's not how it works.
That's the one thing, since finding the channel, and I've said this before, is I said within a couple of weeks, hey, by the way, I see ghosts, and nobody batted an eye. They were like, they accepted the fact that I said that. I don't get made fun of on the channel. I don't get, you're crazy. I don't get the stuff that I do in the outside world when I come here.
That's what this is for. Because, and the truth is, Mickey, is that this is the real world. That's not the real world. People think when I had a guy telling me recently, he was like, I live in the real world. He was telling me and Anthony.
Yeah.
And Anthony's like, well, what is the real world to you? Well, I live in this world where there are no aliens, there's no ghosts, and so I look at Anthony and I was like, so you're willfully ignorant. Congratulations.
Yeah. You're the one living in a make-believe world.
You're living in the construct world.
I call it the outside world because like you said, not everybody believes in what we believe in. I've never seen a Dogman or a Bigfoot. Do I want to? No. They scare me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I believe enough to know that those creatures are out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know that they exist. I mean, 1 in 2 people have seen ghosts. This is something that was thrown out to me by Ken Gerhard. We were talking the other day, and he says, because I had a long conversation with Chad Lewis, and he was telling me about how his ghost books outsell his cryptid books like 10-1. And later I was talking to Ken, and I said, I need to get on that ghost book and write it because it's something I need to do anyway. And I kind of got sidetracked, started, I guess, creating a different book, okay? I started off with my theory, opinions, and then I started going, man, I need to go look into this because this is what I think. And it was just kind of like taking notes, and then I was like, I need to figure this out. So then I started going into the whole MK Ultra, and I was like, it's going to be a UAP book, and then it turned into that, and then it was like, I was telling Barton the other day, I said, I need to write the ghost book, him and Ken both. And, Barton's seen ghosts. Ken, I'm going to reserve judgment on that, what he saw, what he didn't see, but he's a very grounded cryptozoologist who believes in, the science and all this other stuff, which is very incomplete. He admits that. But he was telling me, he's like, it'd be a very good subject to write about because it's more people have seen ghosts than cryptids, a lot more. And then I talked to Chad Lewis, and Chad Lewis says, my books sell 10-1 ghosts over cryptids. Cryptids is something we enjoy, we're passionate about, but ghosts are really, but I think it tells the tale, and then when you start to get down to brass tacks, which is something that I talked to Chad and Kevin is his buddy that was there at the conference. And after the first night, we were sitting there having a conversation outside, and they were talking about how it's all related. You can't separate them. That's what everybody's tendency is, to put everything in a box. But you can't separate it because it's really all part of a greater whole. And it also goes back to history and our understanding of sciences. And you can't separate these subjects from one another. They're stuck together. And I think that when we stop trying to do that, that's when we're really going to learn and we're going to find some answers. Until then, I think we're just going to keep grasping and fumbling around in the dark. and more people coming forward and being willing to, like, you just jumped on here and started talking about ghosts and what may or may not have been a fairy or a gnome, whatever it was. You know, I mean, that's important because people need to be more forthcoming and brave and be willing to speak up and say, and take credit and say, hey, this is mine. This happened to me. Because it makes our job a lot easier. So, you know, that's important. And when you were talking about this green, this color, this green mist, like, is that the only time you'd seen that? Or is this...
Just that as far as that, yes. And I never saw it in the home I was living in at the time. Like I said before, I see more shadow people. I will see full body apparitions.
Mm-hmm.
The green mist, I think that just happened to be a coincidence. It was midnight when we were driving through that cemetery, and we both should have known better.
Yeah. That's always the linchpin, isn't it? We should have known what we did.
Exactly, especially after me dabbling in the occult or whatever you want to call it, and playing with a Ouija board and scaring myself. Well, whatever I had contacted scared me. And I should have known, don't drive. If you're going to drive through the cemetery, drop me off on the corner is what I should have said.
Where the Dogman is.
Yeah, where the Dogman and Bigfoot and the Cadejo.
You know, it's like every episode of A Haunting. They thought they had found their dream house, but some dumbass had played with the Ouija board. It was a demon, you know. And then it was like nightmares become reality, and you know. And then they have that breaking glass sound, you know.
Yeah.
And they always have some guy on there. Well, you know, my wife was getting choked in her sleep and thrown out of the bed and hitting the wall, but I just saw a shadow. I rolled over, went to sleep. I just thought it was just she was having some sleep apnea or something like that, you know.
She was just having one of her moods. You know how them women get.
It's always some dude in denial.
Yeah.
And then she's like, me and my kids were being slapped around, you know, like.
It's like this male pride or something. You can't get over it.
Dude is always like the last one to freaking just admit that it was. Because I think the thing is, you're as a guy, you're supposed to be the protector, you know, of the family. And you can't, they don't want to admit that, look, I couldn't protect anything because this thing was, you know. So, I mean, what can you do? You know, I was watching Boss Rutan earlier today. He's got a channel, and he was talking about his ghost experiences. Boss Rutan was a champion, UFC champion, a really tough guy.
Yeah.
We have several mutuals in common. Funny, but I've never met him. But one day he was over at the gym that we used to go to, or that I used to go to. That Anthony goes to, Black Sheep, and he was there, and I wanted to go up there, you know, and he was there for a couple of days training, and I know the owners, I know all the people that train there, the coaches, and I could have gotten up, but I was so tired. I've been working a lot. And so I missed going up there to see him. And we lived like right there. I could have just literally walked over there. Like from where we used to live, probably about like, 4 blocks?
Yeah.
5 blocks. And I was just too tired. I was just like, you know, but I did send him a message recently, you know, and to see if he would be interested in coming on and talking. I don't know. He's got a huge channel because he's a very famous guy, but he was talking about his daughter seeing ghosts and things, you know, and then he saw it. And then there was a spot in his house that was always really cold, and he went and he sat down in that spot because these ghosts were harassing his family. He was living out in California, and he said, man, you know, he started talking to it, and he said, why don't you take on a physical form so that it's, you know, it's fair, you know, because he was so angry and so tired of it, he wanted to fight. Because that's your reaction as a guy, you know, a guy like Boss who can kick most people's butt on the planet. You know, that's what you want to do. You're going to be like, you know what? I'm a guy. I'm a man. I'm not going to take your crap. I don't care if you're a ghost or a demon. I'm going to fight you because I have to defend my family, whatever. And that's your reaction. That's what you want to do. And so I think that is, you know, you're in denial, especially in the beginning, because the wife tells you, hey, I heard a noise. I saw something walk through the house. Oh, it's an intruder. You go and grab your gun. This is what Boz had said he did too. I did the same thing. I was sitting there watching that, and I was thinking, this is exactly what I went through. You start trying to yell at it and tell it, what's up? You know, you want to fight it. One of them killed my fish, you know. I mean, they killed my fish. I'm not joking. All my fish were dead, like they'd been boiled. At that point, I was so mad, and I had already gone through the house with my pistol, and there's nothing there physical. You hear these noises, you hear laughter, you hear all this weird stuff. So you get mad and you're in denial. And then, of course, you go through this whole spectrum of emotions, and then there's acceptance. But it takes a long time for guys, especially alpha male guys, to get to that point. They're like, man, I can't accept this. I don't want to, and there are no true just alpha males or beta males or whatever. That's all just shifting. People can be alphas until they're around another person, and then they have to be, beta to that person, whatever. So some people will say, oh, well, that's just because there's certain alpha males, but that's really all men. If you're a man in any shape or form, or if you just identify as a man or whatever it is you want to be, do. Thank you for that donation. Who's this?
Nicholas Bravo.
Nicholas Bravo. Thank you so much. It says last one for the needy. Got to work tomorrow.
Got to work tomorrow after missing a week of work. Need the overtime. Prayers for Nelly, Barton, Letitia, and B Moss. Good night, PRT. Everybody stay happy and healthy, and God bless.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Does that make sense though, Mickey? Like what I'm telling you?
Well, yeah. Out of the 5 kids, there was 3 boys, 2 girls. There's only 3 of us living now. And the one brother that's still living says that he remembers hearing stuff, seeing stuff, but he's, Mr. Macho Man, and he didn't see stuff in my other apartment. When there was clearly shadow people walking through. I don't know if that's being macho or what that is. Who
knows?
But I know, and all 5 of us have talked before anybody passed away. We've all seen or heard something, not only in that home, but other homes.
When you say you heard and seen things in other homes, what does that mean? You were in someone else's house,
like my
visiting?
sister has seen things in her home. My brother Kevin would see things. He lived in Kansas City, Missouri. He would see shit like shadow people on the street. Now, that could have been anything really with that area, but he swore up and down he saw shadow people. Like I said, the brother that is still living, I know he saw stuff as a kid because we would all talk about it. But now he kind of denies ever seeing anything. Like I said, I've had a couple of apartments plus my mom's house where I've seen ghosts, felt things. I know he has too. Me and my sister don't really talk about some of the stuff she's seen. That's her personal story. She's not one to openly talk about the paranormal.
Why is that?
Honestly, Wolf, I don't know. She's brought it up a couple of times in, my 49 years, but we get too deep into the subject and she's done. I'm thinking she has to have seen things that I probably don't want to see.
I've had to deal with that a few times too, where somebody will give me a story and they're like, well, I got this other person that can vouch, and they'll start talking about it, and then they just get cold feet. They just don't want to talk about it. They're just so unnerved by it. They just don't want to talk about it. Or I've had people that you got to, just tell them, look, I just, I'll retell it. Just give me the story and whatever. And they have a hard time with it. I mean, it's really rough. And then other people, they can just talk about it like it's nothing, and they just go on,
And that's kind of how I feel about it. Is that me and my son were talking about it in the car today, especially after he saw something following us home. I figured it was better to talk to him about it than, shut it down and him get scared of it. Absolutely. And it could have been something innocent. It could not have been. We don't know.
Wow. So what else have you had happen?
I've had, I didn't see it, but I've had something grab my foot. I was home alone. Brandon was at my mom's apartment or wherever, I was almost asleep and I felt something grab my foot. That's the only time I can remember really being touched, other than when one of my brothers passed away. I felt like somebody put their hand on my shoulder because I was in tears. I don't know. Again, I don't know what that was. They didn't openly say, "Hi, I'm your grandmother." It just.
I have a question for you about Ghost Charlie.
Okay.
Did he ever speak to you? Like, did y'all ever have conversations?
I know we did, but I couldn't tell you what was said. Again, I was so little that. Plus, with the trauma of my dad passing away at the time, I couldn't tell. I barely remember conversations I had with my mom.
Right.
I know we were sent to Oklahoma and were brought back after he passed, and I can remember her taking me into her room because I asked where my daddy was, and her telling me that he passed away. But I don't remember deep, in-depth conversations back then.
What about his voice? Do you have any memories of what his voice sounded like, or did it just sound like a normal person?
Just like a normal person. It wasn't, squeaky or high pitched. It felt like I said, it felt like a relative. It wasn't a deep voice. It just sounded like my son's voice almost.
Oh, wow. And when you and when you were dabbling, or when you were playing with the Ouija board, what exactly were you like? Were you trying to contact something or someone specifically, or were you
My
just
dad.
kind of your dad?
Yeah. With being as little as I was, I wanted answers, and I was not getting them at home. I wanted to know if he was at peace. I wanted to know if he watched over me. I never got those answers because I feel whatever it is I contacted, it basically cussed me out, and that right there told me you're messing with the wrong thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think that would be it for me.
Yeah.
I would never have started, but I mean, it would have been it for me.
Yeah, if you did start
Again, I didn't know any better. It did not say on the back of the box, "Don't play by yourself."
Thanks, Parker Brothers.
Yep, exactly.
We should get a lawsuit going.
Have you or your family been haunted or basically screwed around by playing with a Ouija board? It's not your fault. Call 555-555.
And then, like I said, getting more back into when I started following Lorraine and Ed Warren more, she's like, "Oh no, you don't do that." I mean, I've never spoken to her, but she would say in interviews, "You don't play with Ouija boards." Well, I was goofy and thought, until that I got scared, you could. I didn't realize it was an open door.
Yeah. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that you got to close it somehow.
I don't. Again, I shouldn't have been messing with things. Like I said, I don't know what that was, but I pretty much got told to F off.
Oh, wow. So what you contacted literally told you that?
It spelled out the F word.
Wow. God. Well, yeah, that's
because
pretty much.
I said, how do I know you're my dad? And it's basically spelled out F off.
No, didn't. It was just done playing around.
I was, again, messing with something I shouldn't have been messing with. Again, I was 16 years old. I didn't know any better. And being raised, I call it diehard Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
My mom was very super religious. I was naive. I being told that the ghosts you're seeing are, in your head or they're a demon. I didn't know any better.
Chandler SLC says, "Thanks for being the best thing to watch after a long week, boys." Thank you for that donation. Barry says, "Hope you were all okay." We're trying to be, Barry. Autumn Lehman, you want to read that one? It's in white.
Yeah, it says, "Hi PRT. I grew up in the Dalles. Is that Oregon? I don't know what that is. How do you say that?
Dallas OR
The
or
Dallas OR? The
I don't
Dallas
know what that
OR?
means in the 80s, Dallas, Texas. I'm only assuming. I don't know.
I don't know. In the 80s, my siblings and I were raised in a haunted house.
Oh wait, no, that's the Dalles.
The Dallas?
The Dalles, Oregon. Yeah, I know where that's
Okay.
at. I've been there. I worked there for a little. Down. It says here. Let me read it. Let me get my glasses on. I'm try to put my eyes in, kids.
Sound like me, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm getting old. Here we go. Let's see here. I'm just trying to fight it, man. I'm trying to pretend like I don't need them.
Exactly.
I'm sitting there ordering from the menu at the above the counter. I'm like, I'll have this. And they're like, sir, do you need us to read the menu too? I'm like, I'm squinting. No, I can see just fine. I like looking like Mr. Magoo. Is that okay? Is that okay with you? Thank you. Thank you, young man. The guy's like, I'm 42. Okay, whatever. I can't tell. I'm blind. Did I just say that? I was lying. Yeah, no, that's what happens. You got to do it. It says here, hi, PRT. I grew up in the Dalles, Oregon in the 80s. My siblings and I were raised in a haunted house. It seems like a small world when you talk about passing through the Dalles when you were younger. Yes. Yeah. And I actually was in that area for a little while. Very beautiful place. It's right there by the Columbia River. It's really nice. Across the river is Washington, and a lot of Bigfoot sightings in that area. But I've gotten Dogman reports out of there too. But what you were saying, though, about like somebody had asked in the chat, they were like, hey, can you ask her if this is some sort of familial curse? Is there anything that you could say that, hey, maybe one of these relatives from the past was trying to contact you?
I don't know. I know it wasn't my dad.
Yeah, pretty sure that wasn't.
I as far as contact, as far as family, only one that have really been and have seen in my home, and this is not in this apartment or even the last one, was Kevin. And that was shortly after he passed away, and I think that was more of, hey, I'm okay. Because I only saw him once.
Tripping up on you. God bless all PRTs. Thank you. Thank you for that donation. Like I said, the donations are all going toward a food drive we do. We do it every year, and it does require some money.
Ooh, Love Cat. I like that question. Yes, my grandfather was a Mason.
Wow, she said it in capitals too. Any Masons in the family? Yes. She's yelling there. Love Cat, calm down, okay? Calm down. Yes, Masons in the family. So your grandfather was a Mason. Did you ever go with him or participate or anything like that?
Not that I can remember. They had moved down to, southern Kansas by the time I was becoming more aware of, family and who's who. And I do believe he probably was bringing my father into it because there was stuff at Mom's house that was Mason, like a book. I don't know that much about the Masons. I know they're probably not very good people.
Well, that depends on who you ask. Yeah, once you get to the higher echelons, there's some weird stuff. I've heard a lot of stories from people who were former or say, hey, look, I'm not supposed to talk about this, but this, and this happened, and we've heard these stories. Until it's, we really can't say. I've never been, involved in a Masonic ceremony in any shape or form, so it's all secondhand. But yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff. When you, as Gorelord says, sins of the fathers. One of the things, that is an interesting statement because the sins of the fathers do affect their children, their grandchildren, but it is through the DNA. And I'll tell you this, you're born with a certain DNA and you have to overcome it. And that is hard. My grandfather had a horrible temper. He was and to some people, he was just a godsend, a great guy. They loved him. But then he had enemies, and there were people that hated him. He had been shot twice, and he had been cut up. He was a veteran, World War II, whatever, but he had a lot of stuff happen to him. And he was a very violent guy, and there were some, like, obviously, if somebody's cutting you up and shooting you, you have enemies. And so there were people that just loved him. To this day, I've gone into my hometown and people would say something about my grandfather, like, oh, JD was a wonderful guy. We loved your grandfather. Well, I watched him beat up my mother. And he beat up my grandmother. He never did that in front of me. But one night when he was all whacked out on his 20 medications or whatever, he got at my mother and him got into an argument. And he attacked my mother, which wasn't his daughter. That was my mother, would have been his daughter-in-law. But it wasn't like the first time he'd ever done that. He had attacked his brother, which was my great uncle. And he did that in front of my cousins, you know, and he had even attacked his own mother. So to me, he was like an angel. He was a great guy. He took me on all his adventures and let me do whatever the hell I wanted. He had a couple of bouts of like anger where he'd scare me and stuff, but I never felt threatened by him. But he wasn't a good guy. He wasn't a nice guy. He did a lot of bad things. And then at the end of his life, he was very remorseful. My mother had gone to see him with my great aunt on my mom's side, whatever, and he cried and asked for her forgiveness. And he admitted that he did a lot of horrible things. The week before he died, he poured his heart out to me and told me a bunch of horrible things that he had done. And it was almost like a confession, and I was just sitting there going like, oh, dang, I'm 17, I'm hearing all this. And I was perturbed and annoyed by it at the time. And I didn't know, maybe he knew something I didn't, that he was going to pass away or something, but he passed away. And it was a lot I was kind of resentful, like you dumped all this on me, I got to deal with that. And I think maybe part of that's why I didn't go back the next Wednesday to go visit him, because I found an excuse. I was tired, I was working a lot. So I'm just going to go to the gym and take it easy and then go home and take a nap. And of course I wake up that morning and, he was passed away. And my dad was like, weren't you supposed to go see him on Wednesday? And I was like, yeah, I did usually. And he's like, well, where were you? And I was like, well, I was at the gym. My dad didn't say anything. He just goes, well, I'll let you know about the funeral. And he hangs up. So I had to, deal with that guilt. But the thing is, he was it was a duality, there's a duality to most people, but big time for him. And I have that DNA in me, the sins of your fathers, like, what your grandfather did could be something that's passed down in the DNA. And it could also contribute to you seeing what you see, because my grandfather never was really one of those people that was interested in or very big on like paranormal stuff, but he did see a lot of weird things in his life, and he told me about it. I mean, I remember one time we were driving to the auction up in Big Springs, and he was just like, started talking about ghosts and random. We're just sitting there listening to, Merle Haggard, and he just turns off the radio and he's like, Josh boy, you want some chewing tobacco? Because he would get me to chew tobacco at the age of 7. Yeah, he was a real responsible guy.
It has vitamins and minerals.
It has electrolytes.
Back for the days of Flintstones gummies.
What was that, Mickey?
I said it puts hair on your chest.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And then he would hand me his 38 special and go, shoot that out the window. And we would be driving by streets like a yield sign, and he'd tell me to aim for the sign. I'm all of like 6 or 7 years old, shooting this 38. They would, and he'd be like, oh, you missed. I never could hit it because I couldn't control the gun.
Oh, yeah.
And then one day he tells me, here's your problem. You're not using both hands. So then he told me I should lean out the window with both hands to aim at the stop sign. And I'm like, what is wrong with this guy?
He's teaching you how to do a drive-by.
Oh, my gosh. He was a mess. And then he told me some really weird stuff. He told me that he had killed a few people for the mob when he was going up into the Northeast. And this is a week before he died. So then I go to my grandmother, and I'm like, Grandma, I got to ask you. She lived a long time after he did. And I said, I got to ask you some questions. Pawpaw is what I called him. I said, did he kill people? And she goes, oh, yeah. She goes, I'm convinced she said this in front of my brother, in front of my best friend, in front of a bunch of people. She said, I'm convinced that he did. Because he would take a rifle, and he would, he had a 308, and he'd take these other pistols with him, and he would go on a trucking job. And she was like, why do you need all that? And he would drive up to Pennsylvania and up to New Jersey, New York, come back with a bunch of money. And so he may have been being honest about that. I mean, you're very old, and you're not old. He wouldn't really have been that old, but he was in bad health. He was in bad health old, let's put it that way. So when you're in that way, why would you lie? And I tried to get him to pray with me and repent. And he wouldn't do it. He said he would pray on his own. He wouldn't do it with me. He wouldn't pray with me. I don't know why. Never. He said there's no hope for me. He would always say that. And I would get very angry with him. I'd be like, dude, stop being, the way you are. But, and one of the things he said to me, he's like, you can't change how you're born. You are what you are. And I always thought, man, there were people and I had a friend of mine whose grandfather grew up with him, and he did not like my grandfather at all. He liked me, and one day he was really arrogant, rich guy, and he said, he was my friend Spencer's dad and grandfather, and he goes, "You're a credit to your family, young man. You're nothing like your grandfather." And he's like, "And your dad? Well, he was a dope-smoking hippie." And I was like, okay, yeah. And you forgot to mention my dad also sold it too. So I didn't say anything about that. I was like, and when I was born, he was in jail. Okay. And then he changed his life and became a country club member. But I told this man one day, and I was older, and he made a comment. He was an old guy. And he was always reading the newspaper very angrily, like, that kind of guy, very, very persnickety and cantankerous. And I said something to him one day, and I was like, "What are you reading?" He goes, "I'm reading about sports." And I'm like, "How's it going?" And he goes, "Not good." And I'm like, "Then read about economics. You'll be more depressed." And then he goes, "Ha, ha, ha, ha." Then he stops, and before I walk into my friend's room or whatever, he's like, "Young man, you're very clever. I'm going to give you some advice." And he throws the paper down, and I'm like, "Oh, great, here we go." And he comes to me, and he says, "Unlike your grandfather, you have a head on your shoulders. Your grandfather and I grew up together. You know what he did?" And I said, "No, I don't. Why do you hate him?" And he goes, "Because he screwed my wife." Literally told me that, like right to my face. I'm like 18, 19. And I'm like, okay, she cheated on you? Is that what happened? Am I related to somebody in your family? I don't know what's going on here. And he goes, "Before we got together." And I'm like, "What are you mad about?" He's like, "And then I said something to him at Circleville Hall and he broke my jaw." And I'm like, "Oh, man." And then it got worse. Oh, yeah, it got worse. He was like, "And then he robbed me." And I'm like, "Oh, my God, what's this guy going to say next? He killed your dog, burned your Bible, burned your house down. What is this guy going to say next?" I don't know. And my friend Spencer's like, "Come on, man. Come on, whatever." And I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get away from this guy. And he grabs my arm and he goes, "But you're not like that. I can tell you're a good-hearted man." And he's like, "And you care about people. I can tell you're a good guy. I trust you. I don't trust your father. I don't trust your grandfather. And I don't know your mother's family that well, but they're Mexican." And this is their generation.
Yeah,
they were just that way,
time.
And I looked at him like, okay, whatever. And he goes, "Anyways," and he goes back to read his newspaper, and he was just over there grumbling again. And I walked into my friend's room, and my friend Randy's there, and we're all there. We're like, "What is this guy's deal? Like, why is he still this way since we were kids?" And he was like, "It's my grandfather, man. He's weird, And you have to overcome what your grandparents were. And this guy, I think in his own way, when I look back on it, was trying to tell me that my grandfather was a POS and that I should keep doing what I was doing, that I was going to overcome my genetics. I think that's what he was trying to say, But that is something we all struggle with. But through your genetics, though, you also inherit that abilities. You have certain abilities. So the trick, I think, to life for me is to try to harness the good part of your genetics and try to cut off, the cancerous part of the genetics, figuratively. And if you can,
Yeah,
literally too. But I think they're coming up with ways to do that too. Actually, they are. I just saw recently that they found a way to cure cancer in cats. So.
Oh, that's good news. I have a cat.
Yeah, I have 3 now. I have 3 with Honey Butter, the new one. She's since left us to go live in the penthouse. She's upstairs now in the classy. She looks down at us when we come in now.
yeah. I snapped a picture of her the other day. Like,
Always looking down.
she was all the way up at the top of the railing, and you just see like a little cat head popping over the railing.
Put the picture. Let's see if we can put it on the.
All right, let me see if I can get it.
She's
here.
become highfalutin. Nellie's like, she doesn't care about us anymore.
Hang on, let me see.
Well, Zane is the name of my cat, and that's why I always giggle every time I hear you talk about your nephew Zane.
Yeah.
Because she's a gender confused kitty. I was told she was a boy.
We talked to Zane this morning. Actually, I'm gonna let him know that. Look at there she is on the railing of our house.
You can see her little head just sitting
that
there.
baby.
That's what she always does too. She's always up there. Just you come in, she looks down at you. She might come down and say hi, but she's usually upstairs playing. She has a lot of friends now. So,
well, mine's a princess. We can't have other animals or other kitties in the house. So she is the only one.
Our cats have had to learn to be communal. And they're like, you don't like socialism within animals. You can't. I'm not a socialist for people, but for animals, yes. I don't
trust her enough to try to bring a kitten or another kitten. Yeah, she's too mean. She loves my son, thinks that boy walks on water.
Well, that's good. At least you got,
he doesn't do this, but he could walk over, kick her across the room, and she'd come back purring. That's how much this cat loves him.
Wow. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
He better not.
My brother, I think Anthony and my brother are the favorites when it comes to the animals. If I'm there I wake up before everybody else. I go to bed at 6, 7 in the morning, or sometimes even 8. I will sleep 4 to 5 hours like clockwork. That's just my body cannot go more than 5. I'll usually 4 to 5 hours, and I'm up and I'm doing stuff, and I'm there for the day. I'm up, and the animals will crowd around me, but if my brother's there, oh my gosh, they're all over him. And then if Anthony's up, then they're all following him around. And then they'll get bored, and then they'll come back to me and see what I'm doing. But they love to go running into my study. And I just was in there the other day, and Truffles got in there, and he decided to he kept hitting my legs, with his big head. And I was like, what does this guy want? He likes cherry tomatoes. So I had to go into the kitchen, and I was like, there's no cherry tomatoes. So he starts screaming at me. So I'm over there cutting up, I don't remember what it was, some kind of fruit. Or no, it was an apple. I was breaking up an apple for him, and he was yelling. He wanted his food. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, I'm over here being told what to do by a pig. This is what my life has become, I've just, So I think in that way, I have overcome my genetics, because that's something. My grandfather loved animals, but he would never let a pig bully him into giving him an apple. I could tell you that. So I think I've really gone above and beyond. I think my friend's grandfather, maybe his advice took subconsciously, But
when we got her, I needed her for me because I was in a very dark place, and I've struggled, and don't mind sharing. I've struggled with depression all my life. So when we got her as a kitten, my main focus was her and Brandon. Well, when she realized I didn't need her anymore, I think she sensed Brandon needed her, and they have been buddies since. And yeah, for them to be separated at all would devastate both parties. I think she just knew that he needed her.
You say you've suffered with depression. Do you think that has anything to do with what you've gone through, spiritually? Because typically people that see ghosts on a regular basis, and I'm not talking about people who have schizophrenia. I'm talking about people who are not. You know what I mean? They just have that ability. They oftentimes do to suffer with depression and things like that.
I think so. There's also some trauma there that we'll not even talk about that. But anyway, I still kind of believe it's more like you're saying genetic. I really think this came from my dad. I can remember one of my brothers saying something about, well, dad saw stuff too. Well, I was so little, I don't know.
Your dad, and that would have been your.
Don't tell me you're seeing things out of the corner of your
eyes. No, but that candle, the flame is. I don't know.
Yeah, I got it.
Does that look correct to you? Because that flame looks really hot.
When those wooden wicks burn down, the flame dances pretty wild.
Good. All right, don't worry about it. I just thought maybe we were under demonic attack.
Sorry.
I'm joking. No, but your dad, would that be your grandfather? That would have been the Mason's son?
He was actually, that was my mom's dad that was a Mason,
okay. So
but because my dad and grandfather were really close, they loved each other. I mean, you want to talk about somebody being somebody's son and not being biological. That's how tight they were.
Yeah.
But like I said, I can remember one of my and I want to say it was Kevin said, Dad saw stuff too. So that's why I wonder if it doesn't come from that side of the family genetically down.
Mm. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, when you try to explain and you think about it's like, especially if you're trying to explain to somebody what it's like to have second sight, which I don't want to claim that I do, but because I think I've shut it off, but there's a lot of people who do, and they see these things and they see them very clearly. But I tell people this, and this is hard to fathom, but if you do see these things and you are seeing these things, there is some permission that you're giving subconsciously to these incidents taking place, to them happening, or they wouldn't be happening. I know it's hard it's hard to fathom, because people are like, well, I've never given permission for that, but then you have to be.
I know being little, I couldn't control it. Yeah, I could probably learn to control it now, but in many ways, I don't mind seeing it. I know that sounds very odd to people. It's more so if something would approach my son, I could help protect him.
Mm.
That way I know what's going on if we both would see something at the same time.
Does he see it pretty regularly?
Not so much, not like I do. I could step outside right now and see stuff out in the field across the way.
Mm.
But like I said, today he saw something at Walmart, of all places. And we go check out and get in the car and we start heading home. And like I said, all of a sudden he goes, "Do not follow me home. You're not welcome."
Mm.
And he could testify to that.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, that's so I'm going to let you run. Okay. But before we do, is there anything else you want to say?
Just thank you for your time. I'm praying for Nellie, Barton, Letitia's brother, whoever needs prayer. I'm sending it out to everybody. I love you all, and I appreciate you listening to me for as long as you have.
No, I enjoy you being on. I mean, it was cool to sit here and just talk with you. It wasn't an interview. It was just a discussion. We've talked before. Yeah. We talked on somebody else's channel. I'm not going to say his name, but we talked on another person's channel. But yeah, it was good talking to you again. I enjoyed it. Thank you for coming on and filling in.
And recently I've been on, now 3 shows. I don't mind sharing my story. No, do I want a podcast? No. No. And I wouldn't mind coming on again if you guys need to fill in, or, if Blondes and Blues need to fill in. I don't mind sharing. I'm not scared to share, because you guys have been so welcoming since day one. And that's what I love about PRT.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, the Blondes and Blues are good people. I enjoy Brandy and Krista both. They're very, very nice people. But appreciate you coming on, Mickey, and thank you for being a paratrooper.
No problem. I'll see you guys soon, and I'm going to let you all go.
Okay.
Have a good night.
You have a good night.
Thank you again, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. That was Mickey. So much a part of what makes PRT what it is and makes it special, and we're not just saying that because, it's our show, but we are a community. And I feel like I can sit here and tell people anything that's, pertinent to whatever, because, I had a guy who recently, he's from Canada. I don't know why that's important, but maybe it is. But he was like, you talk too much about yourself, about your personal life. And I said, oh, really? I talk too much about it? He goes, you give too much information about yourself. Nobody cares about yourself, about whatever. I said, I believe that I'm talking to my friends. And I believe that the more I share with my friends, the more they can understand me, and because I'm a real person. You know what I mean? I believe that's why we consistently get anywhere from 450 something to 700 people in the chat. We fill it up. Being that we have, what did we have? 29.6. We're almost at 29.7. I just looked earlier.
Yeah.
So we're approaching 29.7 just on YouTube. we have a lot of other platforms that we're on too. We have thousands of people, but for the live streams, you know, we are approaching a lot of people, and I think there's a reason why, and it's because we try to be ourselves and let you in on our lives.
Well, yeah, because these are all real people who've experienced real things, and the thing is, if you're gonna have a community where the intent is to share your experiences, you want to feel like you're sharing them with another real person, not like you don't feel like you're talking to a YouTube channel. You feel like you're talking to a person. That's what we were going for. That was our intent, or that is and was and continues to be our intention. You know, like we don't put on airs. We don't cultivate personalities specifically for this channel. You know, what you see is what you get. The wolf on YouTube is the wolf in real life. The Tony and the Anthony on YouTube is the Tony and Anthony in real life. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But whatever you like or you dislike, you're liking or disliking a genuine person, a genuine or like a real personality, you know. And it's just we didn't want this to be a thing where people felt like they were just giving their stories to like. It's like we don't want you to feel like you're feeding a story into like a story machine that's just gonna spit it out, you know, and retell it. You are a human being, and you're experiencing things that you cannot explain, nor can we, but we can help to build a community where you can connect with other people, other real people who have experienced real things in the same way that you have, and to help you and us try and approach some sort of understanding on what it is that we're dealing with, on the mysteries of the world around us, you know. And it's a scary thing, but if you're surrounded by real people while you're doing it, then it's like maybe we're still a little bit afraid, but at least we're afraid together, you know?
Yeah, I think that that's one of the things that we love about our audience too. Like tonight with the guests, you know, not being here, and I guess I'm going to take responsibility for that because I was a little bit late getting here. Didn't wait, you know.
Huh.
But I can't fault that person. I'm not going to say anything because I was late. You know, I didn't show up on time. I had some things going on in my personal life, and it's just it got in the way of the show. By the same token, sometimes the show interferes with my personal life. But the show is very much a part of who I am. I spend my time talking to you, and yes, I repeat what I'm told. I do my job, I guess. But I also want to make a safe place for people who are wanting to tell their stories. Now, recently, I got a story. I'm going to tell you one. You got to hear this one. I wanted to wait till Sunday, but I got to tell you, this is a weird one, okay? There was a guy that I used to go swimming like all the time. I used to be a swimmer. And you people look at me going like a liar. No, I really did. Tell him, Anthony, you think I'm joking.
Oh yeah, you were swimming when you were even heavier than you are now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just swimming. Like we would go to the gym back when 24-hour fitness was a good gym.
When it was actually 24 hours.
Yeah. And we would lift weights, and then afterwards we would go swim, and Wolf would be there like just swimming laps until he reached the mile. And like I mean, I would kind of just like I would swim a little bit, but like I would just get in the hot tub and then get in the pool and get in the hot tub and get in the pool. Mostly I was just kind of chilling, waiting for him to finish, because he would not stop until he had swam enough laps to swim a mile.
Put my glasses on so I can. These are not the ones. These are those dang bifocals. I recently got glasses, and they were not. They're like, oh, your prescription has changed. Really? Because I'm still wearing the ones I wore before to see. These I can't see out of. So I've remained dubious on that. So I would swim, and I would swim a mile, and I would do it every other day. And on the off days, I would lift weights, and some days I would lift weights and swim. I've done entire upper body or lower body workouts and then swim a mile, which is really hard to do. But that's what I would do. And then sometimes I would get in there and run and do like resistance training in the pool. Now, recently, I don't want to brag, but I'm going to tell you, I'm positive that I could bench 700. I've never actually done it, but so I threw up 660, which has been my max, and I did it multiple times, breaking my old record. And I'm going to say something, and you're going to think I'm full of crap. You're going to think I'm lying. Anthony, you were there. We didn't video it. But the gym I go to, they frown upon you doing that, but I want to do it, but there was several people there. You're not supposed to, technically. But I'm pretty positive I could still bench 700. Because I think I've been able to for a long time. I've just never done it. But the most I've benched was 660, and I did that like solid, like several times. It was like 7-8 times. And I'm pretty sure I can do 700. So I'm just, and it didn't even bother me. So then Anthony loads 315 on there, and I did it. And this is no lie. I am not making this up. I did it, almost 40 times?
Mm-hmm.
And then I did 225. I did it almost 60 times. If I remember correctly, the NFL record is like 42 or something like that. So I blew away the NFL record. So I'd be stronger than anybody in the NFL, bench-wise. So that and being 48 years old. It's, to me, if you're strong spiritually, you can be strong physically. And there are people who sit there and they say things and they make a joke and they think I'm being funny or something. Somebody says steroids are natty. Why would I be doing I'm 48 years old. I'd be dead if I was doing steroids. No, never taken steroids in my life. Who was spotting you? Actually, Anthony and another guy. But there were 3 other people there at the gym that witnessed me do this. One was, that guy was young. His name was Eddie. He was a very young guy. And what was his goal? To reach 315 by June.
Yeah.
So we gave him some advice. And I said, spot me on this. When I did the 660, okay, I had already done 5 chest exercises, which is pretty brutal what I do. I've taken multiple people that are from the show to go and work out with me. Barton was one of them. I've taken Chris Clough. I'm willing to take people with me and show you. With your own eyes, you can witness it. I did video myself, not supposed to over there at that gym, but I did video myself doing 660 on the flies. It was quite a bit of weight. I did it 5 times, but I can do more than that, and I know I did. I just did it. But what I should have done was put up more than 7, so I could at least say I've done it. And I can't say I've done it because I haven't, but I will eventually at some point, maybe do that. But there are people still to this day who think, and I'm pretty quick for a big dude. I'm fast-handed. And people, I could kick this guy's butt. Yeah, sure you can, buddy. I'm going to let you believe what you want to believe. That's on you. You want to believe that, you believe that. But I can promise you this, okay? Everything that you do, mentally, physically, comes from the Spirit. It's the power of the Spirit. And to me, and this is something I preach all the time, power without perception is spiritually useless and it's of no true value. You can be as powerful as you want, but if you can't perceive anything, you're nothing. You could lift the Empire State Building and throw it, and you're still nothing. The Nephilim could do amazing things. They could lift things. They could crush. They were epically strong, like the Bible says. They were mighty men, men of renown. But in the end, what happened? They died in a flood. That is how fleeting life is. You could be the strongest person in the world, and it doesn't matter. You know, I mean, I was recently because my friend is Eric Kanevsky, the Russian gangster. A lot of people know who he is. Go look him up. The Russian gangster. He's a funny guy. He's a prank video. And there was a guy. I don't want to get involved in this beef because I'm just going to say what happened. But he was at I guess it was at a bodybuilder show, and he mocked. Or he wasn't mocking the guy. He went up and he mocks people. You know, he does it with his little channel, whatever his little skits he does on his channel. And he went up to this guy. I don't know who this guy is. He's a big old one of those monsters. And he says something to the guy, and the guy's like, "I'll murder you. I'll kill you." You know. So he goes and gets Joey Stacks, and Joey Stacks recently went at it with Big Boy, who's another. These guys are monsters. They're big time weightlifter guys, and they're all like just beefed. You know, that's their job. Their life is to do that. They're bodybuilders.
Yeah.
That's their job. I'm not doing it for that. I don't lift for that. And I've worked out with Eric, and Eric is a bodybuilder. He's a very strong individual. And I had just done my entire routine, my upper body routine, which consists of typically anywhere from 34 to 43 exercises. And that day I had done 37 exercises, and I was really tired. I was upper body, and Eric was throwing up a lot of weight on the shoulder press. So I sat down and I said, let me see if I can do this after I'd done my entire workout. And he's like, I'm sure you can. You're strong. I've seen you do it. And I did it 10 times. And Eric is a younger guy. Okay. He's like 28 years old. I think he was 27 when that happened. I'm old enough to be his dad. And he was like, dude, you're a strong dude. And this guy knows a lot of strong dudes. And he was like, I don't know why people would mess with you. And I told Eric this. I said, Eric, because they don't know me like you do. They don't know me like these other people here. They don't know me like the guys next door. They don't know me like that. All they know is a guy who tells them people's stories. And then people lose sight of who you really are. That's why these jokers do what they do. That's why they say what they say, because they don't know me. Because if they did, and you were in my presence, you wouldn't say jack. I promise you. You wouldn't say anything unless you're just deranged. And then that's on you when it does happen. So, when I tell you something, I'm being completely honest and I'm telling you the absolute truth. Like earlier with the story about my grandfather. I mean, it was the truth. He did what he did. You know, I watched him assault my mother, beat her up. I was a 3-year-old child. 3 going on 4. I still remember like it was yesterday. It was one of the most traumatic things that I ever, and somehow I still managed to forgive my grandfather. And when he was on his deathbed, which I didn't know it was his deathbed at the time, but he told me, he's like, you're not like me. You're a very caring person. And that wasn't true. He was a very caring person too. He did things he regretted. I've never done anything like that, like he did. Never have, done anything like that. But to him, there was no limits. Like a man, or a woman, he wouldn't hit a child, but he would hit a woman. And I'm not that person. But there's no limits when somebody's like that. They don't think rationally. They don't do rational things. And when I tell you this is what will happen, that this kind of stuff will happen, if you don't get your life right, you commit one sin, then another one, then it's a slippery slope until you're doing who knows what. They will flag this. Why will they flag? Why were they going to flag this? What happened? What's going on?
Just since that one dude was like asking, are you natty or do steroids or whatever?
Oh, okay.
And then I hit him from the channel, and then a couple of times, I think it was Dick Richards had talked, like he was mentioning it, but like we don't want any kind of like drug substance talk in the chat, please.
Yeah, please. So, and I've never taken anything like that. I don't even take creatine. I don't take anything. I take protein, that's it. I don't take anything because of my blood pressure. But, my hands are scarred, That's a bleak reminder of the violent nature of my life, what it's been up to the last few years. But I can tell you this, life is an experience, and everything we do and we go through, the good, the bad, the ugly, it's all part of it. It's all part of making you who you are. People have experiences, they have encounters with things that they can't explain. And it's one of the hardest things in life, traditionally, to be able to come to terms with. I thought it was interesting. My grandfather was a very aggressive and violent man, but he'd seen a Dogman. Now, my dad never did, but I did. My grandmother and my grandfather saw a Dogman. And one of the things I remember about my grandfather was that he liked to swim. He liked the water. My dad, not so much. My dad almost drowned when he was a kid. But he would take me swimming because he knew it's something I like to do. So that brings me, kind of switching gears here, to this story. We've talked about AI, about robots and things like that. And one of the things that people do, they'll give you stories about things that have happened to them that other people won't accept. They won't take it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen to it. And they're not going to put it on their YouTube channel because it's not the end thing. It's not going to be something that they think that people are going to want to hear. And I had another podcaster. I don't really talk to him much anymore. I don't know what his deal is, but we don't really talk much. Maybe we just disagree too much. But he was just like saying, when we talked about AI, he goes, "That's just not something I'm going to talk about on my show." And I said, "Oh, okay, whatever, And that's his prerogative. That's his choice. And so but what he did was he did send me this person. And this person, she had a very short, brief encounter with someone who may or may not have been I don't know if you want to call him a robot, but like either a biological robot or a very mechanized, mechanical. I don't know what it was. But it was a very brief encounter, very short. But she says, "I know somebody who I confided in years ago." And she's like 10 years later, she's like, "We've been friends for, since we were kids." He calls me very frantically and says, "I had an experience kind of like yours, but it was more in depth," is what she was telling me. And so her friend Brett had told her this story. Now, this is Brett's story. I reached out to Brett, and he basically told me, Trish, that was her name. He said, let her tell the story. He's like, he's a stockbroker. I understand. He probably doesn't want people thinking he's crazy. But hear me out. He was swimming in New York City. He went to a gym close to where he worked. And he worked there for 21 years. He was 47 years old when this happened. He says, "You got to hear this." He's like, "I just started working at this firm, this new place I was working at." And he said, basically what he told her to tell me. And she said, this is his story. She read it to me, like basically what he had typed out. He went swimming at the gym. He did this every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then sometimes he would go on Saturday. And he said, "I went with a friend that I had made from the business, from the job, who I just started working at this firm. I'd only been there for a couple of weeks. And this guy says, 'Hey, let's go swim.' Everybody always does something, like they'll play racquetball or they'll do this and they'll talk business." And so him and this guy are swimming laps. And he goes, "I'm going to be honest, I wasn't in shape for this, But I wanted to impress these people and be like, hey, show them that I'm, whatever. I'm athletic. I look more in shape than I am because of the time, So he starts doing laps with this person. And when he looks over, there's swimming lanes, 2 lanes over from him. He sees 2 glowing blue balls of light coming towards him. And he's like, "What is that?" And he's like, looks with his goggles. So he comes up out of the water and he looks and he sees the guy swimming. He said, "I'll never forget this guy. He was wearing like red shorts, bright red shorts." And the guy just kept going. And he's like, "Did I just see this person. What are these, glowing blue lights, whatever? So he just shook it off and he went back and he kept swimming. And once again, this guy came back and it was like when the guy got close to him, he noticed that was his eyes through the goggles. And he thought it must be a trick of the light when you get to a certain point, because he goes, we kept crossing toward the middle of the pool. He says, so I stopped on one side and I waited. I waited for this guy. And he goes, and the guy comes back the other way. He's like, and I see it. He's like, this guy's eyes were illuminated, light, a very light, bright blue, almost white. He said, and then he goes, the guy looks over and takes notice of me. And he goes, and I noticed that this guy, he goes, was under the water taking way too long. He wasn't coming up for air. He's like, I watched him go all the way across the pool and come all the way back. Didn't come up for air. Then at the end, he says, the guy looks over and he sees me because I'm looking down in the water, and I come up real quick as the guy makes eye contact with me. And he's like, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what is this? His friend that was next to him was talking to him at that point, and he was just kind of like, I was almost like dizzy, and he goes, and I look over, my friend's talking to me, and he's like, did you hear me? He's like, Brett, did you hear me? And he goes, oh, yeah, I heard you. Kind of like that, At least that's how it was explained to me. And so he says he talks to this guy. He says, I'm sorry, I was preoccupied. And he's like, yeah. He goes, you're like a million miles away. Well, you okay? And he goes, yeah, I just got to get out of the pool. He says he gets out of the pool and he sits there, and there's like a hot tub, and then there's like a sauna, whatever. So he says, yeah, I'm gonna go hit the sauna. He's like, probably not the best idea while you're feeling lightheaded. And that's what I thought. But he goes over there and he goes inside, and he says, a few minutes later, this guy comes in and he goes, he was very heavy. He's like, when he walks in, I could feel like his footfall was like boom, boom, like he was a very heavy guy. And he's like, I noticed it. He goes, and I look and I see, and this guy walks and he turns and he goes, and he stands right in front of me and he's looking at me, and then he steps up on the steps and goes and sits next to me. And he's like, we're the only ones in there. He goes, and I'm getting ready to leave, and the guy says, hey, wait. And he's like, I am so nervous at this point because I think this guy, he's not a human. Whatever this is, I don't know what this guy is. And he goes, I noticed you staring at me in the pool. Is there a reason? And he goes, no reason.
Yeah, because your eyes are glowing blue, and I think you're a robot.
He could have been like,
take it easy.
I was very attracted to you. You have beautiful eyes. And he walked away. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, the guy was really nervous, and so he tells this guy, and he's like, no, he goes, I'm just lost in thought, He's like, my wife is living in South Carolina with my kids, and I'm living up here temporarily. And he made up a whole bunch of stuff, which was partly true. And the guy's like, I don't give a crap about your children or your wife. He's like, what were you staring at? And when he turned, he looked at me and he goes, answer me. And then he said the guy's eyes did that blue thing, and then he saw a swirl and then like an adjustment of the guy's eyes. And he just looks at him, and he said this guy was studying him and looking at him up and down, very robotic. And he's like, I don't know why I said this. He goes, I just blurted it out. I go, what are you? And then the guy gets off of the steps, where they're sitting at in the sauna. And he goes, well, obviously, since you want to be nosy, he goes, I'm not like you. And he goes, and what I am or I'm not is none of your business. I suggest you mind yours. And he's like, this is what's wrong with y'all. He goes, this is why you'll get hurt. And then he just walked out. He goes, and I stood there frozen, totally afraid, thinking that this guy was going to do something to me. But he walked out, and I just stood there. And then he goes, then my friend comes in. He's like, hey, man, you okay? And he goes, yeah, I'm good, man, I'm good. And then they walked out, and they left. He didn't talk about it for a long time. Very weird. So I asked his friend if she could get in touch with him again and ask him a couple questions for me. Because, like I said, he wasn't interested in talking to me about it. I think there's a little bit of trepidation. I think it's fear. feels kind of weird talking about it, actually, and I'm usually not perturbed by talking about stuff, but just something about this story really makes me weird, you know. So his friend told me that it disturbed him, and for a long time, he was getting messages that would pop up on his computer. On his computer. Not an email, but like something would co-opt the computer and type stuff out on there. Saying weird things. Like, hey, you remember me? You like to swim? Just checking in, you know?
I'm going to turn your router off.
So that kind of stuff. It makes you wonder, man. And this went on for a while. And eventually he quit his job and he took his family and they moved back down to the South. What or who is this guy? And this isn't the only thing. I've had some weird stories coming in. I mean, weird stories, because I think the floodgates opened when we started discussing this. And a lot of people aren't. Now, there are some channels that'll have some stories, true, you know, AI stories, or they'll talk about robots or whatever they say, you know, whatever. How legitimate they are, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of AI going around that are just making up stories. I thought it was kind of funny that I was having a conversation with a friend of ours that we all know. And one of the jokes that we kind of joked around about it, what is AI? And isn't it funny that some of these people are using AI to write stories about AI?
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work? Do you type in the keywords to AI, hey, tell a story about yourself?
No.
Make it creepy and weird. I don't know how that works, but I was joking
You just
around
ask it,
with
tell me
Chris
about yourself.
Huh?
You just ask it, tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself. But, you know, I was kind of joking with Christopher about that the other day. Just the weird AI connection, you know, where do we go from here? I don't know. Let's take some comments here. Let's see what we got. What do you think, Anthony?
I mean, that thing guy, whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, it could have been like some kind of, I don't know, robotic something or other, but more likely than that, maybe it was like some kind of like cyborg, like, I don't know, cybernetically engineered human being. Like, not like a Terminator, because that's just a robot, but just like someone who was at one point just like a human being. And
like a cyborg, maybe?
Yeah, like with these cybernetic enhancements or something. I mean, I don't know.
Penny Van says, Wolf, I used to see a man with eyes like that back in 1984. He rode the same city bus each morning that I did on my way to work. He was stunning, and I always stared at him in awe. Laugh out loud. Well, Penny, good thing he didn't notice you staring at him. Mike Turner says possibly a reptilian. I don't think he was. There were no slitted up eyes, but I mean, who knows, man? I know. Froetian says artificial intelligence. I don't know. Bernard says sounds like our world leaders' robots, not really human or don't care about our fate. No, they do. They absolutely do not. That's the truth. Dick Richards says Elon called AI the demon. Jordy Rose said AI were interdimensional beings. I don't know. Odd, to say the least. I mean, you know, and then you got people who will argue all day long that it's all bullcrap, that there's nothing real. And then you can go so far down the rabbit hole that, yeah, we're just living in somebody's, you know, nightmare. You know, somebody's waking dream. I don't know what this is. Fever dream somebody's having. The time for them is, you know, 2 billion years for us is like, you know, 2 hours for them. I don't know. Somebody says, Wolf, how about a Protoss from StarCraft?
I'm not sure what those are. I tried playing that game for a little bit. I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah, me neither. Somebody says here. '86 says that's rich coming from Elon. He's the automotive antichrist. Lolo says, Wolf, you have received several stories like this. Yes, I have. Not exactly, but I got 2 or 3 with the weird robotic-looking eyes. Like I said, I got one from this girl Trish, and then she's like, I got a better one that's not mine, but my friend Brett. So I got that one.
We actually have a recent episode. I don't know what the episode number is, but it's called Robots and Reptilians, They Walk Among Us. If you want to hear more stuff along these lines, you can, after the show, let's go check that one out. It's pretty good. It's actually like I think it's one of our most popular episodes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Dude, we didn't have enough, I think, at that time, though, to do one just with robots. So we just incorporated it into the reptilian. We would now. I mean, well, we have these 3 or 4. Well, I guess it'd be 4 stories, but you could take these and then those robot stories and put them together now. I do have one about a highway patrol. I need to tell that one. That is a freaky one. But I'm going to try to wait until we have enough to have an entire episode of just robot stories on their own. Right now, we don't, unfortunately, have enough to make an entire episode, like an hour, but, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Jason says robotic or reptilian. They're both concerning to me. Yeah. I mean, and here's another weird thing. I kind of brought this up too when I was lifting, and one of our friends years ago had told me that that I'm very robotic, and then when I lift, it's like almost like hydraulics, But that's because I'm really, really strong, and there's nothing reptilian or robotic about me. It's just genetics. But I think it's the power of the spirit. The one thing that I'm going to bring a person on that's going to talk maybe in January, all about AI. I'm going to bring him on, and I'm going to let him talk. And one of the things he says is that these things can't comprehend, they don't understand the spirit because they don't grasp it. They don't understand compassion the way we do. They don't understand why we care about things the way we do. They don't have that ability. And so that will be their Achilles heel. Lovecat says, I'm fascinated by the Middle East. Who isn't? I mean, there's so much history there. I'm fascinated by history, period. And actually, every area on this earth fascinates me. Every area of the cosmos fascinates me. I'd like to know more. I want a lot of, knowledge. I remember thinking as a kid when God had asked Solomon, what he wanted, and he said wisdom. I always thought that would be perfect for me because with wisdom, you can achieve everything else. Well, how can you fail if you have the wisdom? Or as they said in Shazam, the wisdom of Solo Man. He's like, who is this Solo Man? Yeah, but I think that would be the most important thing to have. Wolf, have you ever gotten a green man sighting? I guess. We had some people coming out of a green mist, and we've had sort of greenish skin tone, like elf-looking creature, like a dwarf-looking. I don't know what you would call it. That one I just got back in like September. It's like right after the conference. Somebody had said, "I'm going to email you a story." I'm trying to remember. I can go back and look. Lovecat says Jesus was Hebrew. Technically, I guess maybe from way back. All right, well, guys, if anybody else has anything to say before I jump off here, I'll be back on Sunday to fill your Sunday evening with stories. Dick Richard says half Hebrew. That could... And I know why you're saying that, Dick. I don't want to get into a whole biblical discussion here, but Jesus was a Galilean. Does anybody in the class know? I say class, not even joking. I just said that. I don't even know why I said that. Does anybody know, or I know why I said, but it just kind of came out, where Galilee, or what that means to be a Galilean? I'm sure you do, Dick. You can answer it if you want. As opposed to being from Judea. Wolf, have you ever heard of the Godfather? Which one? There's many of them that they consider to be. Yes. Dick Richards says Gaelic. What do you mean by that? Give me some information there, Dick, because I'm not understanding you. Glades is exactly right. Your thoughts are affecting the physical world. See you, 86. That's weird.
What?
Altazan says Solomon's wisdom allowed him to be a life consultant to wealthy people. I never knew that. I don't think I've read that before. Yeah, I don't know about him being Celtic. I never heard of that, Dick. Galilee was north of Judea. It was in the area that was no longer considered Israel. Israel had been decimated by the Assyrians centuries before. Yeah, and what it is now, it's basically an area of northern Israel, southern Lebanon. So, considering that he's from that region, he's from that area, he's not technically accepted as a Judean. So when people say, well, Jesus was Jewish, sort of. They didn't really accept him as a Jewish person.
So what would be what would be the difference between like a Galilean and a Nazarene?
Well, I mean, you look it up. Here, just look it up. Because I don't know exactly. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know exactly where Nazareth was. I know it was there, but I don't know.
Oh, Dick Richards clarified. Hang on, he said. I said, "Oh, Galilee." I thought you said Galatia. My bad, not listening.
In terms of Jesus, it wouldn't be Galatia. It wouldn't.
No, yeah, he was just saying he was mistaken.
So, Nazareth was a town in Galilee, but I wanted to make sure that I was correct in this.
Okay, so Galilee is the region. Nazareth is the town.
Nazareth is a town, but I want to make sure that we clarify something because he was born in Bethlehem, but his family was from Nazareth.
Okay.
Now, when you look at the region, and I'm looking this up because I don't know exactly where on a map. I've never looked that up.
Love Cat says Nazarene didn't cut their hair. I think you're thinking of. I could be wrong, but I think you're thinking of Nazarite, which is different from Nazarene, because I think Nazarites were like a specific group of people who took like a specific vow, and those are the ones who didn't cut their hair. But Nazarene just refers to someone who's from that area.
Yeah, and I'll read
town.
this to you. It says here, the Gospel of Mark explains that the title Nazarene is derived from the prophecy he will be called a Nazarene. But this has no obvious Old Testament source. Some scholars argue that it refers to a passage in the book of Isaiah with a Nazarene, a Greek reading of the Hebrew netzer, meaning branch, understood as a messianic title. Others point to a passage in the book of Judges which refers to Samson as a Nazarite.
Yeah.
Now, Samson as a Nazarite, that's actually what he just said, and that's, a Nazarite, like Samson, they didn't cut their hair because they believed that they got power from their hair like Samson did, according to the Bible. It says here, it's a word that is just one letter off from Nazarene in Greek. It is also possible that Nazarene signs Jesus as a ruler. The Greek New Testament uses Nazarene 6 times, while Nazarene is used 13 times. Nazarene is used to refer to a follower of Jesus rather than an inhabitant of the town. And it just goes on from there. But yeah, there we go. But you might want to look it up. Look up Nazareth, Galilee on a map so we can see in the Levant exactly where that is.
All right.
You were wrong, Love Cat. Yeah, apologize. Apologize.
Repent or burn.
Yeah, that is true. Mr. Anderson has a point. You see these repeatings of history all the time. Dana, I don't know if that's true. Dana just said something. She says...
Yeah, Nazareth is in northern...
Yeah, I know that, but where at on the map? She says Israel is considered the Orient, or in the Orient, meaning East. The Orient is actually East Asia, which is where the term Oriental came from. But somehow in the last woke 20 years, whatever, it became like some sort of bad word to say that. But that would actually, it was a connotation saying, hey, you're East Asian. Because Asian can mean Middle Eastern, Afghanistan. It could mean, which Afghanistan people are not, they're not Arabs. I'm telling you, they're not Arabs. A lot of them are Pashtun. That's a whole other race. And then you have, the Persians. And you have the Turks. And that's all considered Asia. And then you have India, which is also considered Asia. But when somebody says, oh, they're Indian, they don't think, oh, it's an Asian person. When they say Asian, you think of the Orient. But now that's considered like you can't say that because I guess it's somehow I don't know where that came from, but now it's like you can't say it, and they'll say, oh, that it means an object. How and why that is, I've looked for an answer to that, and there's really no real answer. But like calling someone a midget is now considered to be not appropriate because I don't know, that word has just become like bad. I don't know. Now they want to be called little people, which I wouldn't want to be called a little person. I'd rather just be called, whatever. But, and then I know that the word retard, which has become sort of a derogatory thing for anybody. And I could see why people don't want to use that because it's, it's synonymous with, whatever. But to be retarded or have retardation really was just, you had a mental condition.
Yeah, and I mean the word is still used to refer to like fireproofing stuff. It's called fire retardant.
Retardant.
Yeah. To be mentally retarded means like there's like it's like a slowing of the mind, just like fire retardant is like slowing a fire.
Yeah, but that's become some sort of like bad thing or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to keep up with the. I can't move at the speed of woke. I don't know what that is. I'm awake. I don't know about woke. There's like 2 different things. They're like, oh, you're awake. You're woke. You woke. Because I've had people tell me that I'm base AF and I'm woke AF. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like, I don't. Yeah, okay. Whatever, trendy millennials, whatever you say. I don't care what you want to call me. It's just truth is the truth.
Anyway, there's a map of where Nazareth is at.
Let me see it.
It's just west of Golan Heights, I think.
Yeah, that would make sense because any further down and he would be a lot closer. So if you look at the map, I don't know, can you show the camera?
Yeah, let me try. See if we can get this thing that's bright. There we go. I don't know if y'all can see that through the chat. You see Golan Heights
Move over to the left.
like
There
that.
it is. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's northern Israel. So Nazareth is west of Golan Heights.
And the Golan Heights is another disputed area where there's always like a lot of problems and stuff like that. But Israel was destroyed. Judea was all that was left, which was the priesthood, which some people think that's sort of odd too. They're like, oh, the priesthood just happened to stay intact and the rest of the country got destroyed. Doesn't make sense, you know? And then some people believe that they were just Canaanites who moved into that region after Israel was completely decimated. But if God was punishing them by using Assyria, why would he leave the priesthood intact? I don't know. There's just a whole weird discrepancy there. And you could go on and talk about that all day long. Like, you know, I can't tell you like what that means, you know, exactly. I know that God used Assyria or the God of the Old Testament used Assyria to punish them. They were inherited by the Babylonians and then later by the Persians. They inherited them as a slave race. And then they were let go by Cyrus. Some people say they were kicked out by Cyrus, and then others say that they were actually let go by him. I don't know. There's different versions. There's some people that believe the Exodus didn't happen the way they say it did, because the word Hebrew actually means Hebron, which meant like outsider or invader. And so to be a Hebrew, it just meant an Egyptian word that meant it was the Hebron, which was just like, it was kind of a derogatory word, like meaning like troublemaking outsider or immigrant troublemaker type person or an invader. And so people say, oh, they were Hebrew. It really and truly, it would have just been all the immigrants that came from the Canaanite stock. They were literally Canaanites, and they came from the land of Canaan. And the word Canaanite comes from Cain, you know, which is odd because Cain would have been the bad son, and those were his descendants, the Canaanites. But the Hebrew were from the Canaanites. I'm not joking. I mean, so it is a very revisionist and sort of retelling of the history, you know, and without offending three religions, I'm just going to say, I mean, it's kind of odd that they would become like, you know, they claim that their heritage is from Seth, which would have been the son of Adam and Eve. He was the third son after Cain and Abel. And then you have this weird like lineage through the Canaanites, and then somehow they ended up in Egypt, which I think they were coming there from the Canaanite land because there was a famine at one point, and they poured into Egypt as immigrants looking for a better life. And so they eventually just allowed too many of them in, and although it was good for the economy in the beginning, it turned into a problem. And so the argument between a lot of different scholars and archaeologists is that the Egyptians eventually kicked them out. And so when these Canaanites ended up back in their homeland, they said, oh, we're not like these people here. Although, yeah, you are, because that's your lineage, dude. That's where you came from. And they're like, nope, we're going to retell this story. And eventually, once they came back from captivity in Persia, they did retell it. But it became, we were slaves in Egypt and we were mistreated. So our God made the Pharaoh, whatever. And people cling to these stories like their life depends on it. So you in Bible school, you were taught that this is what happened. Now, there was a Moses. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he was a real guy, and he, not really any real proof of that. But, I think the story sticks because there was an exodus of people that left Egypt, and there was a leader that led them. But were they actually were they being led by God, as we know it? That's up for debate. And a lot of people say, well, there really is no archaeological evidence to support this Exodus in the way that the Bible tells it. And so people will say things, well, I take it on faith. Yeah. And what I was saying earlier about all religions lying about one another, let me clarify a lie about each religion. Every major religion will say there's 5. We'll just go with 5. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism. And let's ask the class if they, let's ask the chat. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to preach here, but let's ask the chat what you know, and we'll start with Islam or Buddhism. Let's go with Buddhism. Tell me what you know about Buddhism, and don't look at your phone and cheat and say anything. What do you know about Buddhism? Just tell me what you know. Give me a definitive, what you believe to be a fact about Buddhism. Somebody says New Age. What does that mean?
It's a very old religion.
Yeah, it is one of the oldest. Plug Wedgie's very, that's very honest. They're like, don't know anything useful about it. Well, there you go. And you've lived this long, so what does it matter? The oneness, that's sort of true. They follow Buddha. Well, who was Buddha?
Penny Van says, not a religion, and Buddha was never claimed to be a god.
That's right. Bingo! And Taylor, the name of my hometown, Buddhism is a philosophy. Yes, it is. And so let's get into that for just a second. Do you guys want to hear this? Because we're dropped down to about 397. So if we get down to 350, I'm calling it quits here. But if we have 300 or 400 people who want to learn today, I'll tell you about the major religions. We'll go with Buddhism for right now, and we'll move on. I won't spend a lot of time talking about each one. I'll do what I did the other day and try to give you an abbreviated history of war and civilization. I'll do that with religion. Shall we? Philosophy to guide your life. Yes. And now let's talk about this. I know 2 different people who are different religions who are also Buddhist. You say, how does that work, Wolf? Well, it does. It works like this. There are 2 different forms that are predominant. Taoism, Taoism. Look them up. You want to look them up? Look them up. Look up Taoism first, and let's see if I get it correct. Taoism, or Taoism, there's 2 different ones. They preach about the oneness. They preach about the fulfillment of life, and it all based and centered around reincarnation and being on the wheel of Dharma, and eventually transcendence, right? Buddhism was a spin-off religion from Hinduism, which is considered to be one of the world's oldest religions. But right now we're focusing on Buddhism. They follow Buddha. But a lot of people, when they think of Buddha, what do you think of? What did Buddha look like? Give me your ideas.
In the meantime, what did you want to know specifically about Taoism?
What is the definition of it?
It says, is a diverse tradition indigenous to China, variously characterized as both a philosophy and a religion. Taoism emphasizes living in harmony with what is known as the Tao, generally understood as being the impersonal, enigmatic process of transformation, ultimately underlying reality.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so a lot of people said big belly. Look at this.
Yeah, that's not
reaching harmony. That's true, but
the big fat man's
the
not
big fat guy. Yeah, but that was Gautama. Gautama was a prince. He was the son of a king from the land of India. Now, India was not a country back then. India was divided up into multiple provinces, and he was from one of the provinces. That was, I believe, he was from one of the northeastern provinces. Could be wrong about that. But Gautama found enlightenment, and he did not believe in his role as a prince and being given an easy life. He didn't think that this was the way to enlightenment. He thought that being rich kind of hamstrung him and kept him from reaching fulfillment, enlightenment, and reaching nirvana. He studied Hinduism, but he thought that there had to be a better form or a better way. And that the Brahmin priests should not be allowed to conduct themselves or to tell people about Buddhism in the way that he thought, there has to be a broader sense to this, He wasn't real big on the whole class system or the caste system, whatever. And he didn't think that somebody's parents being born a certain way that should dictate their life. But if you get really, really deep into it, it kind of does make sense in some ways. What I'll say about this, and I don't want to diverge into Hinduism before I get done with Buddhism, but if reincarnation is correct, then the station that you're born in, that's where you're born. And you're born there because you have a lot of things to do and things to learn. So that's why you're born where you're at. So then you have to work your way up, right? So in Buddhism, I know two people, like I said, one's a Muslim and he's a Buddhist by philosophy. Another one's a Christian and they're a Buddhist by philosophy. It's a weird thing. But the secular nature of the Orient, which we called earlier, we talked about the Orient, the secular nature lends to Buddhism and to lean on it as a philosophy. However, and this is one of the myths that I will say that was made up as a lie by Hindus to discredit Buddhism and Muslims. They were very in close contact with them because they fought and there was fight the non-believers who were near to you, blah, 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 that they actually worship their ancestors. That's not true. However, they do build a shrine to their ancestors and they do pray. They don't worship. Okay? They don't tell the ancestor like, you're my world, I serve you. Worshiping that's part of it, praying and serving that deity and trying to gain an enlightenment from said deity, which they don't do from their ancestors. They will ask for intercession. So that's what they're doing. They're not actually worshiping their ancestors. So that's one myth about the religion of Buddhism that's been perpetuated by their fellow religions. So we'll move on. We don't have time to talk about Taoism, and everything else and the oneness of the universe and whatever. Moving on. Now, let's go to another one. Let's go to Islam. What do people know about Islam? Let's do this one. Let's do it. Come on. Go, people. I don't have all day, all night. Actually, I do, but go ahead because I don't have to be somewhere tonight. Says Mickey G. Says, I love hearing this stuff. Well, Mickey, we enjoyed having you on earlier. What is something, just name anything, something that somebody in the chat can tell me they know about Islam? Like, what do you know about Islam? I know you're probably looking at your phones. Don't do that. No idol worship. They're very big on not worshiping idols, yes. Started by Muhammad, yes. And then Felicia, it's very, I know nothing. Okay. Buddhism is often referenced into the New Age Metatron or the Ascended Master teachings. Do you know who Metatron was, though? He's also in Islam. Elastic machinery. Who was Metatron? Metatron was Enoch. Yeah. Now, if you go into Kabbalistic teachings in the Jewish faith, they talk about Enoch, but you know what they say? They say that there were two rabbis that ascended to the seventh heaven and that they got Enoch in trouble because they thought that he was God. And so God, to make sure that people understood that he was God, took Enoch and gave him like 70 lashes of fire. Doesn't seem fair, does it? Because Enoch's like sitting there going like, I'm God. No, he just says, hey, and they're like, you must be God. And then according to the tradition, God sends Enoch to be punished for that. Doesn't sound fair. But that goes back to the Gnostic teachings that the demiurge is actually a very ignorant and cruel God. That's not me talking. That's them saying that. I don't know what that is. But anyways, I'm not going to sit here and say that because I don't know exactly the whole story or why they thought that. It says the Quran was written on a camel skin. Nah, that could be true. I don't know about all that. There's a lot of different ways and stories. And then, of course, there was two different teachings, which led to Shiite and Sunni. If you let them tell it, they'll be like, oh, the Quran has never changed, my friend. It's never changed, never changed. Okay. I believe it was changed from the very beginning. That's my opinion. The hadiths came in and it was all rearranged. But Muslims are very, very devout in the way that they don't believe. They believe it's the absolute word of God. But I also think that was given to them by the imams / clerics that were trying to keep control of everybody. Same thing with Christianity. But here, Metatron is mentioned in the Talmud. Yes, it is, Valerie, and it is Enoch. But he's also in many other books. I mean, he's mentioned all over. And there's not to say the least of the book of Enoch. And then somebody says Ishmael. Altazan, do you know who Ishmael was? That was Abraham's first son with his handmaid, an Egyptian handmaid. So a lot of people believe that he was half Hebrew, half Egyptian. No. The time of Abraham, there would be no whatever. There was no Hebrew. He was what? What was Abraham? You know what he was?
No.
His name was actually not Abraham. It was Ibrahim. And Ibrahim and Sarah. Ibrahim and Sarawati. And those stories are found all throughout the Levant and all the way into India. It's very interesting. And all the way into Nepal. If you were to go to Nepal, to Kathmandu, they'll tell you a story about Ibrahim. And Abraham was the father of all of our people, right? Abraham had many sons had father Abraham. You ever heard that song in Christian school? I don't know if you went to Christian school. I did. Chaldean, sort of. Canaanite, maybe. Sumerian. He was a Sumerian. Now, you can make the argument that Chaldeans were very closely related to Sumerians, or that they were actually a part of Samaria, but not totally. They were a little bit of different people, and the Canaanites would have been further south and to the east. Now, what you want to, or not to the east, but to the south. What you want to understand, though, is Samaria was the prime principal, like whatever. At that point in time, it was the fatherland, right? Even more ancient than Egypt. Egypt got a lot of its traditions and things from Samaria. And some people believe that through trade, but then there's all this other speculation that the two most ancient countries that ever existed that we know of is Tamil in India, right, in southern India. And they think that they interacted, and Samaria, which became Mesopotamia, which became Babylon, which became Iraq, right? Literally the cradle of civilization. And of course, we were in war going to Iraq. And we did talk once before about going to the library because that was very important to invade and go to a library or to a museum. Kind of odd, right? Why are we there? What are we doing? So Ibrahim and Sarawati, it's an ancient story that predates Genesis. It predates the book of Genesis. It predates anything written by the Hebrews by thousands of years. So it's kind of weird, right? They are claiming that he is the father of the Abrahamic faiths. But, and I don't have time to sit here and go into an entire dissertation. I could do an entire dissertation just on this particular individual in the Bible. We see him long before the Bible, way before the Bible, just like Job, right? The book of Job predates Genesis, but it was written in Arabic. And in Genesis, it talks about this group of people called the Elohim. What are they? It's a plurality, meaning gods, they came from the heavens, those that came from above. Or sky council for another term, if you want to call it that. And they had sort of like a bet with the Satan or the Shaitan, which is actually plurality. In both books, it's plurality. Both camps, plurality. And the Shaitan and the Elohim, the Shaitan are here on earth. They walk around upon the earth, walking to and fro upon and within the earth. But we know that them and the Elohim were diametrically opposed. And the Elohim told the Shaitan, I bet that this guy won't do anything against us, no matter what we do. He's perfect servant. And the Shaitan said, bet, watch what happens. Hold my beer. And guess what? Job didn't turn. Even after his own wife told him, curse God and die, then she killed over. What a miserable person to just leave him hanging like that. But the Elohim restored him and gave him way more than he had before. Which there's two ways to look at that. And I don't want to go too far off on this one, but there's two ways to look at that. One school of thought is that, man, he really got screwed over. But if your wife was like that, wouldn't it be better to not be with somebody who was that way, or somebody in your family, or your family was not that, whatever. So the lesson there is that, he got way better than what he had before, and he had people that were supportive and whatever, and he ended up being restored. And now the question was asked to me one time during the telling of this story, and this was when I was in school, and I answered this question because somebody raised their hand, and the teacher actually, she pointed at me and said, why don't you answer this? I guess she saw something in me at the time that I didn't see in myself. But she pointed at me, and I answered it. And the guy says, it was another kid, and it was when I was at the Christian school. And he says, I don't understand. He says, by the time God restores this guy and does all this stuff for him, he's already going to be on death's doorstep. He's already old. And I said, that's not true. And I was all of like sixth grade. Teacher, she was a German lady named Miss Schrader. She points at me and she's like, do you want to answer that? And I said, yes. And I stood up and I said, people lived a long time back then, well into 1,000 years. And then he was like, oh, there you go. So there was plenty of time to live and have people around you, lose all your cattle, lose all your land. Nowadays, you'd be like, I'm old, I'm 80, 80's old. We're like dogs. You know how dogs, 10, 15 years, and they're tapped out, and it's sad because I love animals. I love dogs. But you see them, and they're moving around, and they're old, and you're like, it tears your heart out. But that's how we are. At the age of 80, we're hobbling and moving around like we can't, because our age is accelerated. Back then, I mean, Job would have been living a long time. And that would have been because of what? He was in a time period known as the Dwarpa Yuga, which was the third Yuga. I don't want to do that because that's the 666, right? So we'll do it like this. The third Yuga. I can't do this, folks, because of my broken hand, just so you know. But that would have been the third Yuga, the third of the sets. First one being the Setra, second one being the Tetra, third one being the Dwarpa. Fourth one and the final one is the Kali, which is the age of destruction, according to the Hindus, right? But it also fits into Christianity. I'll tell you how. Because they have a guy named Krishna who's going to return, right? Kind of sounds very similar to Christ. Now, in the Buddhist tradition, they think he's the Maitreya, the final and the strongest of all the Buddhists. That Jesus found enlightenment. And they believe that he found enlightenment where? In China? Yeah, somewhere in the Orient. But the Japanese, they say, no. He found it here. Right? They think he died somewhere near Osaka. How could that be? How could he have all these lives? Well, if you were Jesus and you were infinite, you could multiply. You could have your lives all run parallel to one another. Elastic machinery, I tend to agree with that statement. A lot of people don't like that. But when you read it, when you learn about it, you start to kind of realize that that's something a little different. Now, there's another character named Shabal. And a lot of people believe in the Gnostic tradition that he was the father of Christ, not Yaldabaoth, which is also Yahweh. But that's for another debate. I could be here all day. One of my rabbi friends, I actually talked to him the other day. He's very, very much like, you're not understanding the old text. You got to understand the Hebrew. You got to understand the Aramaic. You put them all together, you make a sandwich, and then you got a Reuben. And we go back and forth. And one of my friends also, he's a Muslim cleric. And I've argued with him back and forth. He's a Moroccan. And he's actually the one that introduced me to the Hebrew. I call him the Hebrew Hammer because he used to box, this guy, and I met him years ago. He's actually a really cool guy. He's from not the Bronx, Brooklyn, New York. I've known him for years. We're good. We're friends. But we argue religion back and forth, and they're always like, we're going to pray for you to change your ways and whatever. And I'm like, I'm never going to change. I'm going to be a Christian until the day I die. Don't panic. But I do respect that they believe differently than I do. Now, one of my friends runs the Muslim Center right there on Lamar. We've done security for him for years. I've known this guy. And we go back and forth. Now, in Morocco, there's only 2 countries left, really, in the Middle East other than Israel that actually will allow where the mosques have not overtaken the synagogues. And Morocco is one of them. And so the Moroccans are still very friendly with the Jewish community. There are a lot of Moroccan Jews. People don't understand. They don't understand. They don't know that. I know a person who's actually Moroccan. She's Moroccan, but her mother was a Berber, and her father was Jewish. It's a strange mix, but it takes all kinds, right? So when you read about these histories and you learn about these things, you start to go back, and then you realize there are lies that are told about every religion by, guess what? Other religions. And I'm going to call a spade, okay? No bull crap here. The Muslims believe in Jesus. Jewish do not. Now, they believe Jesus existed, but he was like a heretic or an apostate. The Muslims believe that he was the Messiah. They do believe that. They will say that. But that he was not the Son of God. What they believe, and this is what they believe, not me. And this is what separates us from the Islamic faith. They believe that he was not to die on the cross, that it was actually Judas who died on the cross, and that God substituted Judas for him. Why? Because God was not going to let him die. He was like, nope, you're not killing my boy. Sorry, it's not going to happen. But he's not my son, according to what the Muslims believe. So it is very weird. It's kind of like a weird, I don't know. I don't know how to reconcile with that. I just shake my head when my Muslim friends try to tell me that this is what they believe. They believe what they believe. That's fine. a face in the crowd. If Wolf ever wants to hear about my culture, sure. I love talking to people from different cultures. It's amazing. It's something I really enjoy. But remember, you're talking to a devout racist bigot. Just so you know, I'm a bigot. I will listen to you, but I will hate you. I'll look at you and be like, I just want to kill you because you're just not like me. But who is? I'm actually half Mexican, half white, and I have a whole bunch of different ideas about religion. So here we go. So let's move on from Islam to another religion. There's 3 remaining. Pick one, Anthony. I'll let you do the wheel here.
Okay. Let's go to Hinduism.
Hinduism. So, okay, what do you know about Hinduism? What do you know, Anthony? Just one thing. You don't have to say a bunch.
That it's not actually technically polytheistic like people think it is.
That's a hard one. I can explain that too.
Well,
Anybody else want to throw in?
I don't want to say definitively that it's not. It's just that it's complicated.
It is very complicated.
People don't really.
Mm-hmm.
People want to think it's simple, and it's not.
It's not. Nothing ever is. Like that song, Freebird. What is it? Not Freebird. Leonard Skinner. Mama told me when I was young, be a simple man. My mom. I didn't listen to that part. I became very complicated, and it's led to a lot of problems. Diwali, right? Diwali. That's interesting. Who in the chat knows what? Oh, Shiva. There you go. Sounds like Fruition. Look at the big brain on Hanuman. Okay, Fruition, calm down. You're giving away too much. Who knows what Diwali is? Anybody want to know? I'll tell you what it is. Anybody know what Diwali is? Well, nobody? Okay. Diwali is a big celebration. It just fell Festival of Color. There you go, Liberty. You're a big smart guy. I knew that. Big brain on you. Diwali is really cool. It's cool in the way that I've actually been able to witness some of the ceremony around it. Anthony, didn't you just ask me this back in November what it was?
Yeah.
And what did I tell you?
I don't remember. I don't think you answered it, to be honest, because
No, we did. We talked about it. You were right there.
Because we had gotten off track talking about something else.
No, well, that happens. But look, when you asked me that, though, I told you it was a celebration, right? And it was all about good, the triumph of good over evil. And they have all these real cool colors, and it's a big festival, and they have like a 4 or 5 day long feast and blah, blah, blah. Didn't I tell you that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, there you go. There it is. So that's it. We could go on and on, but it's kind of like their Christmas. It just passed back in November, right? By the same token, Ramadan, which follows the lunar calendar, that is a celebration in Islam. Now, if you don't know what that is, they're not allowed to eat during the day. They can only eat at sundown. And when it is in August or July, it's brutal. And it moves around every year. I've seen people during Ramadan pass out. I'm not joking. I used to work with a couple Muslims that tried painting and stuff at our nightclub. One fell off a ladder because of his observance of Ramadan. He was an older guy, like in his 50s, like late 50s. And he couldn't have food, and he was just, So it can be rough. But people are very devout in their faiths. Diwali is a celebration that they do all kinds of stuff. It's kind of like Christmas, like I said, right? There you go, lead tracker E, Festival of Lights. Like I said, it's like Christmas. But it's not just about light. It's about the triumph of light over darkness, which is representative of good over evil. Does anybody know another religion that kind of does that? But it's the entire religion? No? Zoroastrian. It is literally like light over darkness. It is defeating your own shadow, like Hurry Mazda, right? You know who that is, right? So whenever but we're not going to talk. Well, that's for another day. We'll talk about Zoroastrian because the 3 magi that found Jesus, they were actually Zoroastrian. Yeah, and they were using the calendar, and they used the astronomy. Well, there was no astronomy back then. There was astrology, but that's what they did. Zoroastrianism, similar. Gloria just said that. The 3 wise men's religion. Yes, there you go. See, people get it. They learn. You already know. But here we go. Hinduism. One of the misconceptions of Hinduism, and the most glaring one, is that they actually, there's a couple. One of them, I'll just start with this one. It's the most important. They believe that it is a polytheistic religion because it kind of is, but it's really not. They believe that Brahman, the infinite creator God of the entire universe, was too powerful to just be held by one avatar. He had too much power, which kind of is true if you think about God, if you're considering him as God. Now, I don't know my God to be named Brahman, but if he was, that's kind of what you would think. They have hundreds and hundreds of deities, but guess what? The trick is that they are all Brahman. Brahma is all of them, and they are all him. They're all one. So you don't have just one God, but you do. They're all just different aspects of the one great creator God, right? The beauty of it is, if you want to call it that, is that it is a monotheistic religion, but it's wrapped up in the wrapper of a polytheistic religion because it's too hard to worship or comprehend even with our human brains that Brahma is just one deity. He's actually many, 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 many deities, and it's actually infinite. Weird, right? He is the beginning and the end, kind of like the God of Christianity. He's the Alpha and the Omega. He sees everything from the beginning to the end, and he uses the multiple avatars to move through space and time, kind of like God uses the angels. Kind of weird. But if you think about it, if we are all just a life and breath spark of God, us, the angels, and unfortunately even the demons would actually just all be a part of God. How I look at demons in the Christian sense is that, imagine this. This pen is a demon, right? Not for real, but just imagine. He's standing here, and this is the flowing river. He's standing, and he's like, I'm defiant. I'm going to go against this river. He doesn't have the power to make the river flow the opposite way, but he's arrogant enough to think that he's going to flow against the current. And then somehow he's affecting his creator by doing that, when in fact he's really not. Or a foolish man that takes his finger and moves the big hand of the clock and says, aha, it was 1:40 in the morning, now it's 1:40 in the afternoon. No, it's not, but nice try. You're just basically doing nothing. Once again, you're being defiant and you're being a cancer. You know, that's all you are. That's how I look at them. They're really very ignorant, and when you look at it from a Gnostic's lens, they're even more ignorant. You're like, these dudes are dumb. They're really not that smart. For as much as they're allowed to live and with concurrently and not have to start over again and again, they don't learn. They are like the dummies in the class that are just disrupting the class. I knew people like that, and they didn't let you learn. That was it. They want energy and power, and they go about doing it the wrong way, but they're never going to admit to that. So that is basically a demon and a lot of people. So is Vishnu one of them? Yes. Actually, they all are. They're all just different aspects of him. Talking about Brahma. Now, what you got to understand is, if you look at the Mataraja, you look at go to the Vedas. I mean, these books, they're ancient books, and they talk about wars that happened millions of years ago. And people will sit there and say, well, this is ridiculous. How could that be? Blah, blah, blah. The earth is only so much, No, that's because it did happen. And it may have even happened in a different set of yugas, which is hard for us to fathom, even for the average Hindu, which I've argued with a Hindu scholar who was a friend of mine. And I told him, I said, man, I don't agree with what you're saying. And his name was Rajput. And I used to always argue. I called him Raj. And I said, Raj, I don't agree. You have all these different yugas, and everything is set in those yugas that we know of as our recorded history. I said, but I believe that some of this is talking about something that happened beyond the recorded history. And I'll tell you why. Because the first yuga, the Satya Yuga, all of them are divided up into a certain time period, the final one being the Kali, which is the smallest, 432,000 years, right? But when Christ returns, he sets up the kingdom of Jerusalem. It's a 1,000-year reign. Wrong. 1,000 years for them is 365,000 years for us. Because one divine year of God, right, is 365 years. So do the math. Times 1,000 is 365,000, right? If you look at the first Satya Yuga, right, which is over 1 million years old, right? It's a million, some change, whatever. Like I said, once it gets to that point, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't make sense because the Vedas talk about a war that happened. Nuclear in the past. Yes, Gloria, thank you. Doesn't make sense. It goes back before the time of the first Yuga. Okay? So when you do the math and you do the numbers, and I added them up, and I can't tell you all this in this cram in this little show. It's really weird, right? Yeah, the Greeks had Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, yes. But those were the gods. They came after the ones that came first, who were the original gods, the Titans, right? Really weird. And that kind of mirrors, in kind of a reverse way, it mirrors the idea of the Watchers, right? Weird. It says, slow down, Wolf, you're confusing abnormal indigestion. They're going to be confused regardless. Oh, they're saying in the King James Version there's only 10 pages that we believe in, and that's it, and everything else is evil. You're evil, you're going to hell. So this beginning doesn't make sense. The timeline would be not correct. So that war could have been back before the Satya Yuga, because at the end of the last Kali Yuga, and there was another one, yes, there was, that would have been a major war that took place, right? And then it's all over. The sun comes out one day. The nuclear clouds are gone. And guess what? A golden age. A golden age that set forth 3 million and some change ago. And it was called the Satya Yuga. And Brahma, who dies, according to the Hindu belief, people stop believing in him and he's reborn. He's reborn. And guess who saves him? His son, Krishna. Krishna Kalik. Krishna Kalik comes to earth. He's like, my God, my dad. He's dying because people no longer believe, because mankind in their ignorance has stopped giving him energy and stopped worshiping him and stopped observing the truth and the nature of the world, whatever. He comes down and he defeats the bad guys. Kind of weird, but China is his target. I'm not making this up. This is the truth. This is what they believe. So I know the Chinese aren't necessarily best friends with the Indians, and there's a reason, because their whole faith is based on, hey, man, you're going to be bad. You're going to destroy spirituality. So our God's son is going to come down and kick your butt. So they're kind of like, oh, that's not going to happen. And the Indians are like, yes, it is. Call centers everywhere. You can't stop it. It's over. And the Chinese are like, nuh-uh, I'm going to push the button and bam. And then we go back and we reset and boom, boom, boom. But then what do? They inadvertently bring down the thunder, and Kalik says, I got to go down there. I got to stop this. My dad is going to sleep, and I got to stop this. So what does he do? He comes down, but he can only find a handful of people in every spot. And guess where they're at? They're hiding up in the mountains. They're on all these like underground bases, and he has to find these people. And he has to bring all the spiritual leaders together, and then they go to war, and they defeat the enemy. And the next thing you know, the world is perfect again. And we round out the end of the Kali Yuga, and then we go into the Satya Yuga, which is the Age of Enlightenment, and everybody's a giant, and everybody can live to be 100,000 years. Kind of like heaven. I'm not saying this is what I believe. I'm saying this is what they believe, okay? That's the Hindu belief. That's pretty much what it is. Now, if you want to take this to another level, go and read, and you can learn about it yourself. Reading is fundamental, folks. I'm telling you. Be open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brain falls out of your head. Everybody knows that. But also take into consideration that each religion has a lie that has been told about it so that nobody will go and look at it. Now, how do you know your religion is correct if you're thinking everybody else's religion is a lie, but you've never read it? One of the most ignorant things you'll ever see are these insurgents from, and that's Islam. You know, you'll see it. I mean, they're like, oh, la, 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 you know, and then they'll do all this crazy stuff. And they're like, why are you doing this? Because we were told that this is what it, do you know how to read? Because the average Pashtun does not read above a third grade level. And I'm not joking. That is the truth. But yet they will go and they will do all kinds of crazy stuff, like blow up Hindu and Buddhist, you know, temples and everything else, and attack Christians and Jews and other Muslims. They'll kill other Muslims like crazy. They kill more Muslims than they do anything. Because they're not being good Muslims, but their version of good Muslims is perverted. It's not even in the Quran. They take small passages from the Quran, like fight the non-believers who are near to you. That's taken completely out of context. And then they'll go, and their imams will tell them, well, look, we have to go and blow up the next village. Why? Because they looked at a pig. Did they eat it? Well, they were thinking about it, and I think he touched it. He has to die, and so is all of his family. Does that say it in the Quran? Yes, it's right here in this book. It's the Word of God. And they throw it on the ground. No, he threw it on the ground. Now you got to kill me. Oh, I'm dead. I'm joking. I'm kidding. The truth, though, is that they are fundamentalists, and they do whacked out things, and that is the absolute truth. It happens in Christianity, too. Christianity does the same thing. I'm sorry to tell you, I'm a Christian myself. I follow Christ. But I don't follow the church because the church has gotten so whacked out. Now, with Christianity, it's very hard. It's not like Islam where there's just 26 different sects of the religion. But Christianity, there's too many to even count. I'm not even going to get into it. You have the basic Christian belief, whatever, and that is called non-denominational. They've kind of cut it down to its base form. But it is a spinoff of what? Pentecost. And I'll tell you what, there's Catholic and then there's Protestant. Those are the two overriding. Everybody knows about the Reformation. We don't have to get into all that. But let's just go with Catholicism for right now. What is a misconception of Catholicism? And Protestants hate Catholics and vice versa. Why is that? Nikki said, what is Christianity's lie? I'll get to that in a minute. Christianity had it and still does in some cases. Has what? Okay, so I'm going to tell you an overriding belief about Catholics. Well, maybe you can answer it, Anthony. What do you think?
So, one of the favorite things that Protestants will criticize Catholics for, they'll say that they're idol worshipers.
Okay.
And that they worship statues.
Okay, let's go
or
with that.
worship saints.
Yeah. They pray to a saint. They don't worship the saint. Once again, there's a difference. And let me explain to you, I'm not Catholic. My mother converted from when I was baptized as a Catholic, then I was baptized as a Baptist, raised in the Baptist church for a long time, then became non-denominational, was baptized again, I've been baptized 3 times, folks. 3 times I've been baptized, yeah. But I've been saved in the Baptist church. I recommitted my faith in the non-denominational church. But let me explain something. They don't actually worship saints, right? That is a big misconception, and the Protestants use that, and even Oliver Cromwell, used it to slaughter thousands of people in England during the Revolution in England. Yes, there was an English Revolution too, folks. Civil War. Read about it. It's a bloody mess. But they killed lots of people back and forth. Catholics, they do not worship their saint. They pray to them. Now, you may ask, well, praying to them just as bad. You ain't supposed to do that. That's pray. You ain't supposed to pray. Do you know what the word pray is? Do you know where it came from? Do you know what it means? It's in Old English. And in Old English, and the Bible's translated into Old English. Do you know what that means? It means to beseech. It means to ask. So they ask for intercession to a saint, like Saint Ignatius, or Saint Christopher. Saint Christopher being the traveler saint. They say, Saint Christopher, help us, protect us as we travel. I beseech you, And Lord doesn't mean God. That's why it says Lord of Lord and King of Kings. Lord just meant a noble person, a nobleman, who was considered to be a very powerful ruler. So if somebody was a Lord in Old English, it didn't mean God. So when you say, I worship you, Lord, let's be a little more specific. I say, I worship you, Father of Christ. Lord God, I come unto you in the name of Jesus. Now, I had a Muslim very snarkily tell me, I don't need to go to God to pray to Jesus. I don't need to pray to Jesus to go to God. He says it just like that. He's a guy, a Pakistani guy. I work out at the gym. Sometimes I see him. And I said, you don't have to, but that's what I do. Because how do you know who you're worshiping? He says, I'm worshiping Allah. And I said, do you know who Allah was? Does anybody know? He was the moon god and the chief god of the pantheon of 249. Well, there's more, but the average Arab prayed to 249 gods. The chief god in their pantheon of gods was Allah. He was the main god, the God. So they, to this day, still call him Allah. And I ruffle feathers because I said, you're praying to the moon god. And they get mad. I'm like, that's the truth. It's just the truth. So I don't pray to Yahweh. I don't pray to Elohim because that's a plural of a sky council. It's kind of odd to be praying to that. When people start spouting off the names, I'm always like, whoa. And that's what this guy did from the swamp, and that's why when he was praying and he was saying all these different names, I'm like, first of all, you don't have the right to say those names. I don't agree, okay? Because you really don't know what they mean, and he's not a scholar, and technically neither am I, but I've read a lot more than that to know that when you say Elohim and Jehovah and Yahweh, those are not all the same name. What they've done is incorporated that all into one monotheistic God. But those are all names of different gods. But they've kind of scratched it out and wrote it in there and said this is the name of one guy. Although the characteristics are all very different. A little weird. It gets a little weird. And so the way I do it, so I know who I'm praying to, I pray to the Father of Christ. I follow Christ completely to a T. I don't deviate from whatever God Christ says, that's what I believe. And how do you know what Christ said? That's a good question, because you have 136 codices that are not in the Bible. You have all these books that were taken out of the Bible. That's just the ones that were found in the Nag Hammadi Desert. We're not talking about the Council of Nicaea in 300 AD where they were taken out, whatever. You're talking about like a whole bunch of books taken out. This doesn't fit, blah, blah, blah. So in Christianity, which a lot of Islam, they make up lies about Christianity, and vice versa. Christianity makes up lies about Islam. What they do is they'll say, oh, you worship Christ. Well, some people do. I've been in a church where they're like, Jesus, I worship, and then they'll say that. And one of the big things at the end of the Quran is God, supposedly Allah, will ask Christ, did you ever tell anyone to worship you? And he's going to say no. It's everybody who did is going to be punished. That's basically saying that the Christians will be punished. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, but I can say this. I don't worship Christ because Christ tells us not to. So those people that are waving their hands around and saying that they worship him, you're off base. You're supposed to be worshiping God because God is God, right? The Holy Spirit is the infinite, omnipotent power and the soul and presence of God that flows through all of us. And it's reconfirmed by his son, Christ, God's son, Christ, who came in the flesh, the Word made flesh, to confirm everything that he was teaching us, because we as humans need to see things. We're not smart. We're really not smart. As a species, as a people, we're really stupid. Because if we don't see it, we don't believe it. We're like, well, I didn't see it, so I don't believe it. And you're like, well, there's the proof of everything that just happened. Yeah, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. And so the spirit world don't exist because I can't see it. It's invisible, and I don't believe in invisible. But we know that heat exists, and you can't see heat. You can see signatures of it. That's why they say a heat signature. Doesn't mean you see heat. You don't see cold. It's a concept, right? But we know it exists, right? So moving on. Do you understand? Christianity. A lot of misconceptions about Christianity. And the Catholics will point at the Protestants, and they'll say what? You're not following the traditions of this, and that. Now I'm going to say something that might offend some people, but it's stand, sit, and still, stand, sit, kneel, pray, stand, sit, kneel, pray. Doing all those calisthenics is about as useful as like wearing a bowl on your head. Okay? Those are all just rituals, and they were made for mankind. We're also told by Christ, and people don't like this. When I posted on Facebook, oh boy, it was all people jumping around everywhere. And one of my Jewish friends got on there and said, oy vey, see, I told you, these people, they're crazy. And I said, so are your people. Oh, we're all crazy, right? But I said, look, they're good people. They're just misguided. I'll tell you this. Christians jumped down my throat. Wanted to skin me alive because I said that a Sabbath was for man, not for God. Right? There's a passage in the Bible. I put it on my Facebook. I'm not going to get into a big old spiel and start quoting verses and all that. Jesus' disciples were picking grain and eating it. Oh, you did this on the Sabbath. What? Oh, hey, you're in trouble now. The Pharisees are coming for you. You picked grain on the day when God rested. First of all, God is omnipotent and he is all powerful. He doesn't need to rest. Second of all, we don't look like God. Because if we did, you'd be worshiping a man. And they're always saying that you worship a man. We don't worship a man, okay? We pray to God through his son that looked like a man. He looked like a man. That shuts him up, right? Wrong. Let's get into Judaism. What is one of the misconceptions of Judaism? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? What are the misconceptions of Judaism? There's several, and there's lies that have been told, and then there's the truth, and then there's other lies and other truths, and all these religions, and there's misconceptions, blah, blah, blah. Exactly, Elastic Machinery, yes. That they are not Christians. Well, that's actually very true. They are not. But modern Jews are not Christians per se, but they were the first Christians. Does that make sense? Does anybody understand? Does anybody understand? What I'm saying is the first Christians were Jewish.
Yeah.
Right? Here's another tidbit of information that may shock you, but they can literally trace some of the lineage of Palestinians back to Christ, back to his disciples. And that's not some weird, sort of, mental gymnastics. And at the risk of offending some of my Jewish friends, I'm going to tell you the truth, that 48% of Palestinians are actually Christian. But unfortunately, they get caught in the crosshairs between the Muslims and the Jewish factions killing one another, and they are targets on both sides. Christians under attack, and they have been for a long time. And I'm not talking about fundamentalist wacko Christians. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about just regular old Christians who just, they're Marionite, they're Orthodox, and they get killed. But here's the thing. The reason that is, it's very simple, because that region was called the province of Palestine all the way back to the Roman times. Now, they'll say Palestine wasn't a country, it didn't exist, and blah, blah, blah. No, it didn't, as a protectorate of the Ottoman Empire that fell after World War I. But it was called, the region of Palestine was called the provincial region of Palestine under the Roman rule. So you're talking about a region that went way back. They also are not genetically Philistine. That is a lie too. That is another lie. But they are very much like the same race of Hebrew bloodline that came from the disciples and the apostles and all that. So when they claim that, they do have a sort of a tentative, true claim to that. Okay, and I'm not going to sit here and say something because somebody's going to go, you support the terrorism. Well, no, I do not, okay? But one of the things that people like to lie and say about the Jewish people also is that they go to the wall and that they worship it and that they're praying to the wall. And I've had Islamic people try to tell me they worship a wall. They're not worshiping a wall. They're worshiping God, and they put the prayer into the wall because they believe that the wall is holy and it gets them closer to God. Now, I don't agree with that because I don't agree with most of the other religions and most of what they do. I believe that a lot of the ritualism is just that. It's ritualism, and it doesn't have a lot to do with anything. But to say things that just basically to besmirch or debunk a people is not correct. So you have to give like you take, right? Tit for tat. There's truth, and then there's not. And there's lies that have been made up and told and whatever. Another lie that's been told and perpetrated, there's a whole lot of them, but that they'll say things like, okay, the Hasidic Jews or the Orthodox Jews hate Israel and don't believe in Israel, and they think that it should be given back to the Palestinian people. They never say that they want to give it back to the Palestinian people. What they say is that they never should have been there in the first place, so that it never should have existed. Because they're a people, according to the Hasidic Jews, and I know several of them, they believe that it should never have existed in the way that it should have been a curse. And when they were released from Persia, they never should have returned there. They should have went all over the world and spread out. And then at the end, God is going to bring them all back to Israel. And then they're going to be there. But this didn't happen correctly. They believed that in 1948, which was the beginning of the immigration, right? Which ultimately led to the bombing of the King David Hotel, which was called an act of terrorism by the British government. And then, of course, Israel ended up becoming a country, and the British pulled out and said, go ahead, take it. We don't want it, which they were supposed to give it to them anyway because it was like a gift that was supposed to be after World War I because of their press helping America get into the war and pushing them to defeat Germany. The Ottomans were defeated, and then there was this whole thing where they were supposed to be given that, and the British government did say they were going to do that, and then they didn't. They backed out and said, no, we're going to keep it for a while. See if we can make money off of it. They couldn't. They got bombed, and they said, to hell with it. Let's get out of here. A lot of people say, well, they did that. They committed terrorism, and they did this, and they did that, and blah, 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 blah. We had this land way back before, and it goes into a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not going to get into. But I will tell you this. yes, the Hasidic Jews do believe that it should not have existed, but they're not talking about just saying, hey, let's give it to terrorism. That's not what they're talking about. And committing terrorism is not going to get you what you want. It's just going to make a pushback that much harder. And that's what you're seeing now. So what ends up happening, the Hasidic Jewish people, they say point blank, they have a council that they meet in New York every year. And they say, this is what we believe. We believe that Israel should not exist because we are under a curse, under a punishment from Yahweh. It's just the truth. That's what they believe. But people will tell you that they are in favor of giving it like to Hamas or some craziness. That's not true. So there are lies that are being told about all these religions, and guess where they come from? The other religions. And the other religions go back and forth, and they'll tell you, don't believe in these people, don't believe in that, don't believe in this, because then something happens, and then, next thing you know, oh, you're going to hell. Also, the Jews don't believe in hell. That's another myth. There are several different subsects and sects of Judaism, and some of which do believe in a type of hell. But they call it what?
Gehenna?
Sheol. Sheol. That's what they call it. Now, some Jews believe that when you die, you die. Everything is an earthly based whatever, which is like really devoid of any spirituality. But those are borderline secular faith of Judaism and not really real Jews. So when you have Sheol, which is like the death, you're kind of like living in a limbic state, whatever. And it's almost like some of them believe similar to Catholicism, which is also based upon Judaism. And like it or not, Islam was based upon the Abrahamic faith. It was based upon the beginning of the Torah. Yeah. When I try to tell Muslims and Christians as they lose their minds, they're like, the Abrahamic faith, Judeo-Christian, whatever. Judeo-Christian's a recent concept. But it does base itself on the Torah, on the first 5 books of the Bible. Do you know the names of the Bible, the first 5 books? You better.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
There you go. And which book led to the wars, in particular medieval Europe? And they were always using that particular book and code.
Deuteronomy?
Code of Deuteronomy. Yeah. And of course you had the Noahide laws, and of course that ended up being used against Christians and Jews and Muslims because of 3 faiths that all claim to be of one branch. But boy, do they hate each other, and they love to kill.
Yeah.
They will kill the crap out of each other.
Yeah, one of the favorite weaponized verses is that eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But like I was going back and rereading that in context recently and realize, wait a minute, if you actually read this in context, it's talking about like within a very specific justice system that Moses was laying out. And but what it basically means is that like within this specific justice system that's being given to y'all, the punishment should fit the crime. Mm-hmm. Like it had nothing to do with physical revenge against someone. I don't know. That's just like one of the recent things that I read and realized. Okay, that this is how this is taken out of context and applied by people used as a weapon.
Always. Now we got some interesting things in the chat here. I love this guy. He's always in different. He's a junkie for all this stuff. Like he goes to all these different channels, and every time I'm anywhere, he always shows up. King of Hecomundo. He says, "Code or Matrix." 3 words, but very powerful. Very powerful. Yeah, you're right. I hope I didn't aggravate too many people. I hope I didn't piss anybody off, which I'm sure I did because it was an abbreviated history of religion and kind of laying out the facts. If you'd like, maybe at some point, because we are announcing it now, we are going to be moving to Rumble. We're not going to do Rumble like we do here. We're going to add a few videos, but it's going to be, some of it's going to be religious, science, and history based. And I may even throw in some mathematics because guess what? Math explains the universe. Numbers are everything. I'm a big numbers guy. I like equations. I like numbers, and I could throw them out, real quick. Long division. I want to give you a quick rundown of something mathematical that you can do. And this is somebody asked me, they said, how good are you with numbers? I said, just as good as I am with history and science. And it's true. I love numbers. being well-rounded. This is what you're for, right? You're here for this. You're here to teach 7 life paths, spiritual teach. That's what you're supposed to do. Let me give it to you real quick. Numbers. How do you break them down and do like a really long division, right? And I answered this person, and I said, it's very simple. You do the short. You cut it in pieces. Like if it's 330,000, divided by 342, like you would actually do 3 going into all those different numbers. It's very simple. You just break it down and do one at a time, right? You don't need the calculator, but everybody says I use a calculator. You might come a time when you don't have one, but you do everything short form, Like if you're doing like 300 times 30, all you got to do is add the zeros, right? And then take the 3, and then that's 9. You know it's going to be 9. And everything begins and ends with what? 9 numbers. If you add 0, then it could be a 10th number. It's technically 0, doesn't represent, but it represents a nothing number. But it's very important. So if you take the 9 numbers, 1 through 9, and then add 0 as the missing number, everything breaks down to those numbers. Everything. There are no other numbers. That's it. You can say 9,727,342. It doesn't matter, right? All those numbers still break down to those 1 numbers out of those 9, that sequence of 9. Also, Tesla tells us what? To understand the universe, to understand what 3 numbers?
3, 6, and 9.
3, 6, and 9. Why does he say that?
Well, no,
Because he was crazy. Moving on. Just joking. Well, that's what the federal government have you believe. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Here we go. Okay? At the risk of looking foolish, sounding crazy, or both, vice versa, whatever, I'm going to tell you this. It does. 3, 6, and 9 is very important. Those are probably the most important numbers in the universe. They're all able to break down to 3. That's the whole point. 3. Also, the Trinity. The Trinity was 3. If you look at everything that happens in the paranormal, 3 a.m., Jesus was crucified at 3 p.m., the 3 scratches, you see the 3 scratches, it happens all the time. There was a street sign that was scratched 3, it was 3. Look, we've talked about this on the show before. 3 is very important. 3 is the Trinity. 3 is God, Jesus Christ, who sits at the right hand, and the Holy Spirit, right? Now, Tesla, a man of science who claimed to have convened with the mind of God, and what he thought was God was this cosmic mind, right? He says everything breaks down to numbers, right? 3, 6, 9. 3 is a magic number. You're right. 3. Remember that. That's why those numbers are the most important. They spawn from and are part of the Trinity. 3 is most important. Very important. The numbers 888 are Jesus. That's Jesus. Those are the numbers of Jesus. Go look it up. I don't have time to explain it all, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, everything breaks down. 7 is also a very important number because it's an odd number, and it's also like 3 goes into 7 4 times. 4 is the number of man, which is like Jesus was man, but it was like times 2, 4, boom, 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 boom. And then just, it all breaks down to numbers. Everything, I could tell you all day long, I could sit here, but you'll think I'm crazy if I just sat here and rambled on. I could do a show where I just put all the numbers down. Yep, 3, 6, 9, 8.6. There you go. If you take a 6-pointed star, it breaks down to 666. It's a symbol of Remphan. Look into it. It's a very weird thing. It's really odd, right? But look at it. 3, 6, and 9, very important, and it's just like, it's a very weird thing. But I can only tell you so much because if I get too far in there, then it starts sounding weird, and then you're gonna lose what I'm trying to tell you. So I would have to do a show somewhere where I could show you the numbers and how everything breaks down to numbers. Everybody's life path breaks down to numbers. Very important stuff. Look at the compatibility. If you're born and your numbers break down to 3, say you add up all the numbers, like mine's 7/14/1975. If you add all those numbers together, they come out to 7 because they all break down to one singular number. What I mean by that is, okay, let's explain it to where you can understand it. 7 plus 1 equals 8. 8 plus 4 equals 12, which is 3. 3 plus 1 equals 4. 4 plus 9 equals 13, which is 4, right? 4 plus 7 equals 11, which is 2. 2 plus 5 is 7. It comes down to 7. It breaks down to 7. That's my life path. Who are my compatible numbers, right? 7, very compatible with, they're not compatible with 6s. You got to work real hard with a 6 and an 8 to get along, even though those are your neighbor numbers. But you're compatible with 3s, you're compatible with 4s, and you can get along with 9s. So you have this weird thing there, right? But it's all kind of convoluted until you get to 3, 6, and 9. The 3 gets along great with the 6, and they get along great with the 9s, and the 9s really don't get along with anyone too well. They're kind of like you can take them in small doses, right? My brother is a 9. No offense to you, but I could take you in small doses. A 9 is kind of like the master number, although some people will say 11, but you only get that if you breaks down to 1, 1. If it breaks down to 9, 2 at the end, that's not a master number. It's only if it breaks down to 1, 1, right? Remember that. So here, you only have 9 life paths. There is no 0 life path because that's the absence of number, right? So 9 can actually be compatible with 6 and a 3. 3 is one of the numbers that can be compatible with just about any other number. It's very weird. So if just look it up, Tesla, when he talks about 3, 6, and 9, it's very weird. Squigla says, do mine, 12, 2, 7. Okay, so 1 plus 2 equals 3 plus 2 equals 5, 5 plus 7 equals 12, which is 3 plus 3 is 6. You're a 6. So your life path is a 6. A 6 can be business-minded. They can be creative because it all spawns from 3. 3 is the master of creativity. So you would be a 6. And it says Penny Van is minus 7, 11. So 7 plus 2 is 9, plus 1 is 10, which equals 1, plus 9. You get a lot of 1s. That's a 1. 1 plus 6 is 7. 7 plus 4 is 11. You're a master number, Penny. Well, congratulations. Because it breaks down to 1, 1, not 9, 2. You see what I'm saying? So let's do the numbers again to make sure I'm not patting you on the back too quickly here. 7 plus 1 is 8, plus 1 is 9, plus 1 is 10, which equals 1, plus 9, which is 10 again. And then that breaks down to 7 plus 4 is 11. Yeah, so you're a 2. 2, but really you're an 11 because you're a 1, 1. That's the real master number. Like there's the 9, which is considered the master number, but the 11 is considered like you're close to ascending according to the numbers. So what you would be looking at for you, just play your cards right. Follow Christ, do what you got to do. You'll get to where you need to be. I'm just telling you, that's the truth. People don't want to believe it. They don't want to hear it. That's the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. And now my enemies are going to go like, look at how crazy this guy is. He's talking about numbers and he's doing all this crazy stuff. Why? Because they don't understand. They can't spell, but I'm pretty sure they don't know how to read, write, or add, subtract, and they definitely don't know how to multiply or do division. Well, they know how to multiply each other. That's about it.
They know how to divide other people.
And they know how to divide people. So here goes. Penny Van, so congratulations on that. I don't know many 11s, but that's an 11, so we're going to give you that one. Love Cat is 12, 15, 1971, so it's 3 plus 1 equals 4, plus 5 is 9, plus 1 is 10, and then again a 10. So you got 1 plus 7, which is 8, and then 1 plus that's 9. So you're a 9. Love Cat, congratulations. That's a master number. It's the closest thing to an 11, but you still have work to do before you can get out of here. Elastic Machinery, didn't he just say something? Look at the sacred geometry via aerial photo of Washington. Oh, man, look at the Pentagon. Look at all that stuff. And it says here, 4165. 5 plus 1, oh, that's easy. 5 plus 1, which would be 1965. You got to have the whole thing, right? So 5 plus 1 equals 6, plus 9 is 15, which equals 6, plus 6 is 12, which breaks down to 3 plus 5 is an 8. That's an easy one. So 8, your number is an 8, Dave. What 8s do is make money. You'll never be broke. I kid you not. There's no 8s that are broke. If you take an 8 and you keep it in your wallet, and I'll show you right here, you'll always have money. I'm not joking. You think I'm kidding. You think I'm crazy. I'm crazy over here, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I have one in my wallet, and I've had it in there for 10 years. There it is right there, folks. It's the number of infinity. That comes from the Orient. They think that 4 is a bad number. You're going to a restaurant like I did in Hong Kong, and they'll have 3 chairs instead of 4. And you're like, what is this? Because in their belief, 4 is not a good number. 4 divides the 8, which is half, right? What you want is double that. You want 8, which is the number of prosperity. You know the little cat that's bobbing back and forth? He has like the 8 somewhere on him. Watch it. It's his eyes. It's an 8. That number, you'll find an 8 and you'll find running water in every Asian restaurant. If you don't, then they've lost contact with their cultural roots. I'm telling you the truth. Moving on. Elastic Machinery has a point, but you give in your birthday, but nobody knows who you are, so you're not really whatever. Linda Webb, 12/5/1979. Let's see. 1 + 2 is 3, + 5 is 8, + 1 is 9, + 9 is 18, which equals 9, + 7, which is 16, which equals 7, + 9, I think we got a 7. So, Linda, if your number is a 7, that means you're a spiritual teacher. That's what I am. My number's a 7. I have a bunch of 7s in there, and I saw you had a bunch of 7s in your. 7 is a spiritual, like, teacher. 7s are technically, by the laws of numerology, you're not from here. You're here to teach, and you're here to do it correctly. You could be in big trouble, though, if you teach incorrect. If you're not teaching people what you know to be true, then you're in big trouble. You're living on the wrong side of your number, and living on the wrong side of your number is the worst thing you can do. Penny Van says, if this is what I am, Wolf, it certainly explains a lot to me. I'm so emphatic, I can barely cope with being around people. I get bombarded and can't filter out others to know which is my own. That's a 9. It's part of being a 9. So, Linda, let me do your numbers again because I did it really quickly, and I want to make sure it's correct because I got a feeling that it's not. I don't know. I might be wrong. But 1 + 2 = 3, 3 + 5 = 8, + 1 = 9, 9 + 9 = what? 18, which is 9. 9 + 7 is what? 16, which equals 7. 7 + 9 = 16, which is 7. So I'm making sure, just making sure that we got it right. You're a 7. Chad, 10/13/1972. Okay, so 1 + 1 is 2, + 3 is 5, + 1 is 6, 6 + 9 is 15. Which equals 6. 6 + 7 is 13, which equals 4. 4 + 2 is 6. You're a 6. Penny Van, yes, you're an 11. But technically, you would be a 2. But I think you're an 11. But 11, if you're that close to transcendence, I don't believe that you're going to be able to, I don't know. And that would make sense too, because Penny says here, folks, emotion. I've also had almost 60 years of supernatural and other types of experiences. I'm numb to it all. As an 11, a master number, you will have had a lot of experiences. The numbers that will have a lot of spiritual experiences will be 7, 9. They will, just based, and then in the 11, that's a 1, 1. Yes, you will have that. Also, if you're a 3, 6, and a 9, you're very creative. You could be more open to it. Typically 4, 5, and 8, not as spiritual. Hold on one second, folks. I gotta deal with work or whatever. I'm hearing a conversation in the other room. I'm just reading the chat. Anyways, folks, we got off track here. We got into numbers and how they break down to the universe. And sometimes when I talk, maybe I'm in my own head and I don't make as much sense. But trust me, I'm not crazy. I'm not a fool. I'm just excited because I love numbers, and this is just a part of what the world is. Everything is numbers. Everything, from the distance from here to the sun, from the sun to the next, inhabited galaxy. There's always numbers. Everything is numbers. I'd suggest something to you. We're the only country that uses the imperial system. You know what that means? The metric system is used all over the world. So I would strongly suggest you learn the translations from the imperial system to the metric system. The metric system is the basic measurements that are used in every country on earth except for the United States. So learn it, figure it out, right? How many gallons, pints, all that other stuff. Figure out how many yards, how many feet are in yards, all that, kilometers. You need to learn that and figure it out. It's very important. I mean, these are things that I know that I've memorized because I know that not just when I travel abroad, but just you're going to need to know these things. And I'll give you a little tidbit of information too. And I do have a lot of foreign people that watch my show, but this is for the Americans. There are people that tell me things all the time. They'll say, I tried to communicate with this person. He was from Sri Lanka. I couldn't deal with this person. First thing I ask is, well, there was a language barrier? No, they spoke English. Was it good? That was okay. If there's enough English there, then what you need to do is learn a little something about their culture. If you go into a store and they're not helping you, guess what? You might be able to get some help if you know a little bit about their culture and about where they come from, because the average American doesn't give a crap to even know your name, much less anything about your culture. I walked into a store the other day. The guy was from Nepal. I started talking to him, and we hit it off. You know why? Because I started talking about Kathmandu. Why? Because that's the capital. And that's also a destination where a lot of Westerners used to go to get enlightened, man. Right? It's on the Silk Road. It's a very important place. Supposedly, Jesus spent time there. So what you got to know is a little bit about people, and maybe it'll help make your life a little bit easier. Because like it or not, progressive or whatever you want to call it, awake, awoke, whatever you want to call it, the fact of the matter is we're living in a very international world now. The world has shrunk because of jet planes and boats and everything else. The internet has shrunk the world, and you can travel on the internet from one place to the next and talk to somebody in Belgium just like that. You can travel to India on the internet very quickly. Having that, you need to know a little bit about people and their culture. History, geography, all these things. People don't even know where these countries are. They don't even know what countries are next to them. They hear about Uzbekistan and Kurdistan and Turkmenistan, Afghanistan. They don't know where they're at. They have no freaking idea, no clue where they're at. They don't know that these countries border other countries and where Iraq is compared to Iraq. It's not Iraq. Or where Iran is, or that it was Persia, or that Turkey was once called the Ottomans. They don't know any of these things, and they don't try. There's so much more to this world, and I'm telling you, and I wish more people would wake up to that reality. It's 4:40 we've been here for 4 hours and 40 minutes, right? And so we've been talking, and I've been going and going. I got to save my voice for Sunday, so I'm going to bow out. But it's been good talking to you guys. It's 2:31 a.m. right now in my time. The hardcore listeners are here. They're going to listen and let he who have ears hear, and learn. So you're here and you're learning. That's the important thing. I'm sorry if I got a little off, with the numbers, because I am kind of a weird numbers guy. I love history. I love science, but numbers really tell the true story, right? Numbers are everything. Remember that. Anything you want to say before we get out of here? I apologize for calling it class. I mean, I just kept, because I was teaching, but I liked it for it to be fun. If you want to learn, that's cool, and we can always move to another platform at some point to learn more. We'll always be on YouTube as long as they allow us to be. I mean, they may get tired of me and tell me to shut up and kick me off. Hopefully not. Hopefully the YouTube bosses will be cool and let me hang around. But if they do, well, we're not going to panic. We'll just move to another platform. I'm already on other platforms with my podcasts where they're missing out. They don't get to see all this great stuff and talk about all this cool stuff that we talked about, and as a community, as a family, as friends. Don't forget, if you ever want to meet me in person, I am going to have another conference, and I've already gotten death threats for that, so that's great. This is be 3 for 3. I had death threats on the last one. I'm still alive. I had the death threats on the first one. I'm still alive. Why do people want to kill me? Somebody asked me that the other day, and for the really hardcore people that are still here, they asked the question, why do people always want to beef with you? Why do they want to kill you? The only thing I could say is that my, confidence comes off as arrogance, but that's not really enough to want to kill somebody. There's a lot of people on the internet that are very arrogant people. The short answer would be that I rub people the wrong way. But how do you rub people the wrong way? Well, some people are programmed, and in those programs, they're sent to destroy. What I call them are NPCs, or agents of the Kali Yuga. Why do I call you that? Because you're destructive in everything you do. And anybody who's teaching and enlightening people, you're going to try and do everything you can to absolutely destroy them. You yourself may not even know why you do it. You know you do it, and you know you have something ingrained in you that's marked on your soul. It's in your DNA from the time you're born. You were stamped, and you are a destroyer. It could be a good thing. But in an age where we're seeking peace and enlightenment, it's not a good thing. You're creating war and division where there's not. And when you get called out on your crimes, you go completely left, bananas, whatever. I won't stop telling my people the truth about the nature of reality and the world we live in. And as we go further and further into the Kali Yuga, I'm going to teach you more until these people eventually probably will get rid of me. And I say that with all sincerity. They're not going to stop. They're like Agent Smiths, and they're going to keep coming. So it's imperative that we learn as much as we can before they fulfill their goal. Like I said, they're just vessels. I will tell you to please forgive them and pray for them, but I honestly believe they are beyond redemption. Now, you should never stop praying for them. Keep trying, because that's what we're supposed to do. But don't get frustrated because they're not going to listen. Just know that that's the way it is. They're so far down in in their wretchedness, there's no coming out of it. And I really do believe that, especially with this last batch of goofballs, not one of them is ready to be a real person. They're so far down in their program, there's nothing they can do. They're not coming out of it. I've seen that. They will double down and redouble and triple, quadruple, quintuple. They don't care. And they're not going to stop because they are programmed to keep coming like Terminators. And when they're gone, there'll be more, and there'll be others, and they'll be worse and worse and worse. They're very small-minded, and they're interested in the cryptid community, the cryptid community. The cryptid community doesn't exist. The community exists. The cryptid community is a part of the greater community, and they need to get with the program because unification is going to come with or without me and with or without them. I'm just trying to expedite it so that we can all learn. They get sick to their stomach when I sit here and I teach and people listen. It makes them physically ill. It makes them spiritually maim. And it makes them homicidal, suicidal, everything you can think of, because they can't handle what's being taught. They will not accept it because they hate the person that's teaching it. But every teacher who's ever been has had people who hated them. Every prophet, and I'm not saying I'm a prophet. Some of them are saying that craziness. I'm not saying I'm Jesus. I'm not saying I'm Buddha or anything else. I'm just a man, a normal guy. I'm not normal, but I'm a guy, and I'm trying to teach you. And these people, they don't want you to learn. Very, very angry. And it will continue to happen. And you, people who are here, I appreciate you being here this long, 355 people, 4 hours or 45 minutes in, listening to me talk. That means you believe in what I'm telling you. And I appreciate it. Thank you for having my back. Thank you for that donation, Barry. Thank you to everybody that donated for the food drive. We appreciate it. That is going to buy the food. That's going to be money we're going to use for that, and it'll cost more than probably what we're going to get. But it helps, and we appreciate it. We can't do it without you. Absolutely, Love Cat. We're family. And thank you, Dave Howell. He says, we're right with you. I appreciate it. All those that are here. Thank you for being here. But remember, one day I may not be here. Whatever happens, happens. Okay? But don't stop learning. Keep trying, keep struggling, keep moving forward. Help each other. Get to know each other. Be careful, though, for false people who get in there and try to be whatever, and they're not good people. Watch out for them. You'll know them by their works. You know this. But try to love one another. Try to do everything you can to help one another. This holiday season, and I say holiday because there's different types of people, but for me, I call it Christmas. So this Christmas season, try to help somebody. Go out of your way to help somebody. Don't put yourself at risk or put yourself out financially where you can't help yourself. Because if you can't help yourself, you can't help others. But help somebody. Help somebody you normally wouldn't. Just pick someone and just be like, you know what, I'm going to do something randomly nice for somebody. Do that. It does feel good. You know, the other day I was in the grocery store and there was a lady who had 3 items. And I looked over at her and I said, oh, I had this like big old cart full of stuff. And I was like, oh, man, ma'am, I sympathize with you. It sucks that you're behind me. And I turned around and I did my grocery shopping. I finished. I felt good about myself. I turned around and let her know that I was acknowledging that she was behind me. Oh, you thought I was going to let her go in front of me? Hell no, I ain't doing that. They ain't happening. She got to sit there.
There was an old man at this walking into Target the other day, and he was in front of me, and I let him open the door for himself, so to reassure him that he still got it. Yeah,
That's how you do it.
I felt
Self-help.
I felt like I did the right thing.
It is the best. And then it also reaffirmed that y'all millennials are buttholes.
I would have robbed him of his dignity if I opened the door for him.
That's
Okay,
very
I mean
true.
that's a
Very
man.
true.
He needs his dignity.
But you also reaffirmed that y'all are buttholes that shouldn't be trusted. Because if you helped him, he might think the next millennial is a nice guy, and they're not. They're just lazy pieces of crap. So you don't want to be doing all that. See how it works, folks? Think outside the box. Okay? Just kidding, folks. No. Whenever somebody, I made a strip about the lady, and he's joking about the guy. Look, whenever somebody is there behind you, and they only got 2 items, don't make them wait. Let them go. If you're not doing something in a hurry, just let that person go. And if you feel the need and the spirit moves you, pay for their items. You never know. They could be a serial killer on their way to their 18th victim, and they decide, you know what? I'm not going to kill that person today. I'm just going to let them have one more day in my basement. Because that's how they think. Folks, once again, I joke. Seriously, though, if you help somebody, they may pay it forward. Now, if they don't, that's not on you. It's not you to worry about. It's for you. You did what you're supposed to do. You did the right thing. And if more people did that, then maybe we would have less serial killers and nightmare mass murderers and who knows? People cheating people out of their houses and their land and everything else that you see and you hear about it all the time, the horribleness. Let's be kind to one another. Let's show the people over at AI that what Christmas really means. They hate us. The Burpee P, whatever his name is, that he hates me. He hates my God. They hate me. They've teamed up to hate somebody. That's a way to team up with somebody because you both hate that person. Merry Christmas to you guys. Okay? Merry Christmas. I'm going to say it every day until we get done here. Don't forget to go check out our friends, the Blondes and Booze, Barton Nunnelly's Humanoids. He was sick. He wasn't able to work on Wednesday, so we released our show on Wednesday. Boomer, BMR, Bigfoot Michigan Rob, Texas Front Porch. Great people, good people. Chris Garitano, really fabulous guy, great friend of mine. Check him out. Go check out Eric Palacios and his documentary, The Beast of Boggy Creek. Check out Jill Remmenschneider and Brett Eichenberger. They have Flash of Beauty. They're going through some legal stuff with that. Pray for them, please. Pray for everybody who's ill. Bettina, she had to cancel her show. Pray for her. Pray for all of our friends that are suffering and going through these nightmares and being choked in their sleep. I'm not joking. Most of all, please, for me, it's important to pray for my wife that she heals and that she's okay. Pray that my voice is good and I can still talk on Sunday. Pray for the world. Pray for peace. This is the time. This is Christmas. I don't want to hear any of this, oh, it was based on a pagan holiday. Okay, there's a lot of things that were built and based over on top of a pagan whatever. We're here now, and it's, for me, it's about the birth of Christ. So celebrating the birth of Christ, let's help somebody. Let's help each other. Let's celebrate, right? This is our Diwali. It's called Christmas. Remember that? Remember how it used to be Christmas, Merry Christmas? Now it's Happy Holidays. That's fine too. But if you're using it to cover up the birth of Christ, I'm not happy with that. Because he was the gift from God to the world. The truth. He's the truth and the light and the way. That's what I believe. You don't want to believe it, that's fine. You believe how you want to believe. But I don't play around. My soul, it means eternity to me. And that's what it means. That's what I'm going to do. So thank you for helping everybody who donated with the food drive. We're going to get that done. We're going to get it done. I have a million things to do, but that's one of them. Don't forget, I got a book, and I'm trying to get it out. We're going to get it done, and hopefully when it comes out, you guys will go out and buy it and read it and learn more about stuff. And I'm going to put out another one and another one. I'm going to keep going because some people don't watch the show. They just read the books and vice versa. So I hope everybody will go out and buy my books. Check them out. They're eye-opening. It can teach you something. We will get back on track on Sunday. We're going to talk about ghosts and a little bit of cryptids, and we're going to talk about some crazy stuff. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And we have a Patreon. We haven't talked about it. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 tier. from now on, because people will join and then they won't stick around, they'll just get their swag back. You got to stay around for at least 2 months. Anthony, you came up with that, so
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. So, but anyway, join. And it's also kind of not fair for people who are the $10 tier because some people can't afford to be that high up on the tier.
Yeah.
So it's not really fair to make the one $10 tier wait. And that was me. Because I'm the good one. I'm the good guy. He's the bad guy. I'm all the good things. He's all the bad things. All right. And I'm a Hurry Mazda. That's him. He's anger. So, anyways, I gotta go, folks. I love you, and good night. For real this time.